Translator born to be. The heaven-suppressing magic sect was also one of the three great heavenly sects. It was one of the three strongest sects in the martial heaven continent after the immortal era. Its history was extremely long. After the last dark era, the three great sects had completely declined. But compared to the Xuanhuan Dao sect and the heaven-splitting battle sect, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had lost much less in the dark era. There were rumors that during the last dark era, when everyone else went all out to face the bloody slaughter, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had secretly held back its true power, acting like a turtle in its shell. That was the only way its inheritance could be preserved perfectly. So amongst the three heavenly sects, it was flourishing the most. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had always suppressed the Xuanhuan Dao sect after the dark era. Practically, everyone on the martial heaven continent felt that the Xuanhuan Dao sect had become a convenient punching bag. However, the truth was that someone in the shadow was secretly directing the heaven-suppressing magic sect to suppress the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The one secretly directing them was Pill Valley. To be more accurate, it was the radical faction within Pill Valley. They were the ones thinking of various strategies to use against existences that refused to submit to Pill Valley. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's suppression of the Xuanhuan Dao sect was a good example. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had declined to the point where they couldn't retaliate. There were thousands of years of history involving the heaven-suppressing magic sect bullying the Xuanhuan Dao sect. It had become the accepted state of things. Due to their bullying, the Xuanhuan Dao sect had become the laughingstock of the continent. Even many second-rate sects looked down on them. If they didn't have their fame as one of the three great heavenly sects, it might be very difficult for them to even recruit disciples. Even so, they were only able to get some ordinary disciples. When Long Chen had joined the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the fact that there had been rank 5 celestials joining had delighted the Xuanhuan Dao sect. But in the eyes of other sects, they were just garbage and not fit to be seen. However, after Long Chen had joined the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the Xuanhuan Dao sect had gone through a heaven-flipping change. Ever since the disciples Ma Xingkang had led over to humiliate the Xuanhuan Dao sect had been given a slap in the face by Long Chen, the Xuanhuan Dao sect had been filled with new air. That resounding slap was like a proclamation that the Xuanhuan Dao sect was no longer the old Xuanhuan Dao sect. Starting then, the Dragonblood Legion had rapidly risen, growing stronger and more terrifying by the day. In just a few years, they had grown to the point that they shocked the entire continent. Previously, Long Chen had announced to everyone in front of the Xuanhuan Dao sect that the Xuanhuan Dao sect was rising. Anyone who dared to block their rise, whether they were man or god, would be eliminated. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had risen rapidly, while the heaven-splitting battle sect was also recovering. It was like a spring breeze was blowing through the branches of two withered trees. These two ancient sects that had been dormant for so long were finally starting to thrum with vitality, and they supported Long Chen. On the opposite side, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had grown more and more mediocre in comparison. They now no longer dared to challenge the Xuanhuan Dao sect. They were constantly worried. That was because everyone knew of the grievances between them and the Xuanhuan Dao sect. If the Xuanhuan Dao sect suddenly rose, the heaven-suppressing magic sect wouldn't have any good days in the foreseeable future. However, their vice-sect master, Ma Xingkang, had been slain in the battle of Devil Spirit Mountain. As for their sect master Qi Yuno, he had been summoned by Pill Valley to charge toward the Xuanhuan Dao sect along with the experts from other sects and the ancient races. But instead, they had been viciously slapped in the face and forced to leave dejectedly. After that, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been completely obedient. The entire heaven-suppressing magic sect was very reserved, no longer having their old arrogance. Even their disciples were no longer arrogantly looking down on others. The reason Long Chen knew this was because he had spotted several of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's disciples. He was in front of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's gates. Warm sunlight sprinkled on the ground. Towering mountains covered in mist filled this region. There were dozens of disciples standing in front of the gates. They had long since gotten used to this beautiful scene and stood there like wooden statues, not moving. These disciples were at the Sea Expansion realm and were celestials. For the heaven-suppressing magic sect to send Sea Expansion celestials to guard the gate, it could be seen how much stronger they were than the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The Xuanhuan Dao sect normally had outer sect disciples guarding the gate, and they were only at the Xiantian realm. Those disciples now saw a black-robed man with a large black saber resting on his shoulder, slowly walking up the steps. He was sharply contrasted by the sunlight. He was walking slowly and calmly, yet each step caused the ground to shake. It was like a giant was walking. The sunlight caused a halo to appear around him, making it so others couldn't see his face clearly. This figure was mysterious, yet he also gave off a heavy feeling that made it hard for them to breathe. This place is the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Newcomers must state their names. Those disciples shook. This black-robed man hadn't released any of his aura, but they all felt their hair standing on end. The black-robed man seemed to not hear their words. He continued walking slowly. He was getting closer and closer, and the ground was shaking harder and harder. His footsteps were like thunder in their ears. Those disciples felt that this person was a fiend from hell slowly approaching them. They could smell the scent of blood and slaughter. All the disciples suddenly took out their blades. One carefully shouted, "Newcomer, report your name. Otherwise, don't blame us for activating the grand formation to kill you." Yet the figure still ignored them. He continued walking. As he advanced, the sunlight eventually fell away from his figure. Long Chen. When the piercing sunlight stopped shining on him, those disciples all saw the young face that had shaken the entire martial heaven continent. Sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. It was a handsome face that was worth a second look, but at this time, that face was completely icy. His eyes contained terrifying killing intent. With evil moon on his shoulder, Long Chen slowly advanced. He had black robes and a black saber. He was just like a devil god. "If you don't want to die, don't get in my way." Long Chen's footsteps didn't pause as he slowly raised evil moon. Buzz. One of the disciples hastily slapped one of the stone pillars beside him. Countless runes gathered in the air into a runic blade that slashed down on Long Chen. This runic blade was the result of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's grand formation. It could easily kill life star experts. Bang! A scale-covered fist smashed apart the huge runic blade, and the resulting shockwave killed the disciples guarding the gate. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me." Long Chen snorted and took a single step forward, vanishing. When he reappeared, he was within the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Continuous explosive sounds began to ring out, and a huge barrier of light covered the entire heaven-suppressing magic sect. But at this time, Long Chen was already inside. "Who dares?" a cold cry rang out. A life star expert appeared. However, Long Chen ignored him. He continued at the same pace, going toward a certain mountain. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had 81 large mountains and 49 rivers. The refined mountains and winding rivers made the scenery here exceptionally beautiful. Even such beauty couldn't influence their hearts. A disdainful expression appeared on Long Chen's face. He hadn't expected the heaven-suppressing magic sect to be so beautiful. However, there was no way to describe the heaven-suppressing magic sect as a magical wonderland filled with heroic spirit. This beautiful scenery had only raised a group of sinister and shameless fellows. This beauty was a waste. "Long Chen, you dare to barge into my heaven-suppressing magic sect. Haha, your guts are quite big." Countless experts began to rush over, and they all saw that it was Long Chen. A life star expert sneered at him. "My guts might be even bigger than you think. Call out Chi Yu now." Long Chen didn't even look at that person. He continued advancing, crossing several miles with each step. It looked both slow and fast at the same time. "Little brute, you're listed as a wanted criminal throughout the entire martial heaven continent, but you still dare to say such arrogant words. Since you want to die, I'll help you out." This life star expert was the person promoted to the vice sect master position after Ma Xingkang had died. The only reason he had been promoted was thanks to Long Chen. If Ma Xingkang hadn't died, he never would have had that opportunity to be promoted. Yet he didn't thank Long Chen at all. With a cold smile, he took a single step, seeming to teleport in front of Long Chen. This was a spatial art, and it was extremely profound. Normally, only a life star expert could possibly use such a technique. When he appeared in front of Long Chen, the runes behind him connected with the grand formation in the air. He sent out a punch at Long Chen. This punch contained the power of the grand formation. It seemed to come from every direction. "Pow!" He was still sneering when a large hand viciously slapped him across the face and distorted his smile. The sound shook the sky, and the entire formation trembled. This new vice sect master was slapped flying. The sound of bones breaking also rang out. The vice sect master's face had caved in. Beads of blood sprinkled through the air along with some broken bones. The millions of disciples of the heaven-suppressing magic sect were struck dumb like chickens having heard thunder. They couldn't believe their eyes. Their vice sect master, a life star expert, someone backed up by their sect's grand formation, was sent flying by a slap in the face from a disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. This was thanks to the grand formation's protection. Otherwise, this vice sect master would no longer exist in this world. At the Jade core realm, Chen almost killed a life star expert with a slap. All the experts of the heaven-suppressing magic sect were stunned, unable to move or speak. "Help me out? Do you really think you're capable of that? What a huge joke." Chen didn't even look at the vice sect master. He continued walking forward. As he advanced, all the experts in front of him fell back. Even their vice sect master had almost been killed by a slap. They were filled with horror. "Little brute, you're too arrogant. This isn't somewhere you can run rampant. Be suppressed." The vice sect master suddenly let out a furious roar and rapidly formed hand seals. The grand protective formation began to quiver. Chapter 1471, Challenging a Sect on His Own. Translator Born to Be. The grand formation in the air shook, and countless runes gathered from it, condensing into a golden spear. It pierced down like a heavenly spear. This was an attack that contained the full power of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's grand protective formation. It was terrifyingly powerful. Just the pressure from it made everyone's hearts quiver. Moreover, they were just feeling some weak shockwaves. They were unable to imagine the pressure Chen was under as the main target of the attack. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's mouths are loathsome. "Ah, whatever. I'll be the one helping you out today." Chen slashed Evil Moon, and a huge black saber image crashed into the spear. Boom! The spear exploded. Not only that, but the huge saber image also split apart the sky. The grand formation was broken. Cracks spread throughout the formation until it completely shattered. The grand formation, it broke. Chen's shocking attack not only crushed the grand formation, but it also crushed all their hearts. His arrival had caused an alarm to ring throughout the sect. All their experts had rushed over, only to witness a power even more terrifying than the legends. Chen's power made it so none of them even dared to resist. They were all pale, filled with terror. The vice sect master coughed up blood from the backlash of having the grand formation broken. Suddenly, his vision flashed. Chen had appeared in front of him and slapped him in the face. "Your mouth is too disgusting." The vice sect master already had a handprint on his face from the first slap. This time, he wasn't sent flying but was directly blown apart instead. Chen swung the back of his palm in another slap, which ended up missing. His original intent had been to continuously slap the vice sect master. He had forgotten that without the support of the grand formation, the vice sect master couldn't endure even a slap from him. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's people had extremely weak physical bodies. With his physical body destroyed, the vice sect master's yuan spirit flew out. He tried to flee, as there was no way he could block Chen. The vice sect master was filled with regret. He had been too confident. He had never imagined that Chen was so terrifying. Just as he turned to flee, Chen pointed a finger. A lightning arrow pierced through the yuan spirit. "No!" The vice sect master's cry of despair hung in the air as his yuan spirit exploded. Ripples spread in the air where he died. He didn't know about what Qi Yunao did. Chen was surprised. He had rapidly investigated the vice sect master's soul, and he hadn't found any restrictions. He had quickly gone through the majority of his memories, but hadn't seen any memory of Qi Yunao attacking the Xuanhuan Dao sect. When he had killed the corrupt dwarf, he had managed to grasp a fragment of his soul in which he had seen the violet gold soul devouring staff unleashing a powerful attack, as well as Qi Yunao's figure. Clearly, this vice sect master didn't know the truth. Chen waved his hand, and the ripples in the air faded. The vice sect master completely died. "All members of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, Chen, have come today for revenge. If you don't want to die, then you should hurry up and scram." Chen looked coldly at the distant disciples of the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Chen began to float into the air, dragon-bone Evil Moon on his shoulder. After killing the vice sect master, he appeared indescribably imposing. He was like the reincarnation of a devil god. "Haha, how senseless!" Dragonbone Evil Moon snorted, its voice full of disdain. It clearly found Chen's actions to be incorrect. To Dragonbone Evil Moon, there was no need to even say such a thing. Since he had decided to be decisive, then he should slaughter everything within the heaven-suppressing magic sect, making it a land of death without even a chicken overlooked. Yet for Chen to actually warn such people, Dragonbone Evilmoon couldn't comprehend such foolishness. Long Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed? Just as all the experts of the heaven-suppressing magic sect were filled with terror, a voice suddenly rang out. Two new figures appeared. One was the one Long Chen recognized, Xuanhuan. He held a violet gold staff in his hand, and divine light circulated around his body. That staff was composed of 9 strands of wood, and its head had 9 gemstones shining with divine light. Primal chaos circulated around it along with a grand Tao. This was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's core divine item, the violet gold soul-devouring staff. It was as famous as the Xuanhuan Tower and the heaven-splitting blade. There was also an elder beside Xuanhuan. When Long Chen saw this person, he narrowed his eyes. He also recognized this person. He was a life-star expert, but he was not from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. No, he came from the Martial Heaven Alliance. Back then, the Eastern Chuan branch of the Martial Heaven Alliance had had their Vice Alliance Master, Deng Kang, collude with Pill Valley's Zhu Tianxiang. They had tried to borrow the power of all the Eastern Chuan region sects to destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect. However, Long Chen had slapped them in the face, and then the Huyun sect's Yue Qingshan had exposed Deng Kang and Zhu Tianxiang's relationship. In the end, Deng Kang had been handled by the Martial Heaven Alliance. Afterward, the Martial Heaven Alliance had sent someone to the Xuanhuan Dao sect to express their apologies and give them their reward for their contributions. They had also done the transactions for the resources the Xuanhuan Dao sect had asked for with the greatest speed. The person in charge of that was precisely this person. Long Chen recalled that his name was Luo Jinan. He was the current Vice Alliance Master of the Eastern Xuan region's Martial Heaven Alliance. For him to appear now, Long Chen immediately sensed something fishy. He coldly stared at the two of them, not saying anything. Xuanhuan's arrival lifted the spirits of all the disciples present. The sect master has finally come out of seclusion. We're saved. Please, sect master, kill this brute Long Chen, but don't give him too easy of a death. Don't forget to extract his soul. There are plenty of ways of slowly torturing him. The terrified disciples immediately had their morale explode. They all began to curse Long Chen, looking like they wanted to personally tear him apart piece by piece. They were no longer afraid. Didn't I tell you that you were stupid? You actually wanted to let these people off. Did you think they would be grateful? What a joke, sneered Evilmoon. I have no enmity with these people, so I gave them a chance to live. If they could grasp it, then fine. If they couldn't, then I'll simply kill them and they can't blame me. I always keep my conscience clean, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen was not a saint, but he wasn't a homicidal maniac either. Amongst the millions of disciples in the heaven-suppressing magic sect, there were many idiots, but there were definitely some good people as well. For this small portion of good people, Long Chen gave them a chance to live. As for whether those good people grasped that chance to leave or not, it was up to their luck. In this merciless world of slaughter, he could only do so much. To be merciful on the battlefield was purely courting death, and that death would be very miserable. Experts had to kill decisively. They couldn't be sloppy, nor could they be soft-hearted. That was why Evilmoon found Long Chen's actions very contemptible, but Long Chen had his own principles. What bullshit, it's just a waste of time, said Evilmoon disdainfully. Long Chen ignored its tone. Instead, he asked, can you handle the violet gold soul-devouring staff? That was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's core divine item. Everyone knew its power. Now that he saw it, he felt a bit uncertain. That staff is a bit decent, I suppose. Perhaps I can't handle it in my current state. Evilmoon's words caused Long Chen's expression to change, but it hastily added, don't start cursing. First, I'm still very weak, and 2, I'm still under the sovereign's seal. It's only natural I can't beat it. But don't panic, although I can't beat it, holding on against it for some time won't be a problem. This time, we're only here to dredge up some benefits before leaving. After hearing the rest, Long Chen felt better. If Evilmoon couldn't handle the violet gold soul-devouring staff, then today, he would have really sent himself to his death. Now he didn't need to be in a rush. He calmly stared at Xuanhuan and Luo Jinan. Long Chen, you are a disciple of the righteous path, but your heart is filled with evil. You slaughter your fellow race and join sides with devils. You've become completely different. Don't you think it's time to put down your blade and face the consequences? Shouted Luo Jinan. Long Chen stared at Luo Jinan and then looked at Xuanhuan. Possibilities rapidly flitted through his mind. He calmly said, Luo Jinan, as Vice Alliance Master of the Eastern Xuan region, what intentions do you have by slandering me? Slander, you are a wanted criminal of not only the corrupt path, ancient races, ancient family alliance and the blood hall, but you are also a wanted criminal of the martial heaven alliance. Everyone has issued a death warrant for you. When everyone in this world is already your enemy, why would I need to slander you? Sneered Luo Jinin. Even the martial heaven alliance views me as a wanted criminal. That's surprising. What's the reason? Asked Long Chen lightly. The reason? You betrayed the continent and colluded with the spirit world's tree demons. You even helped those tree demons slay your fellow humans. If you just killed corrupt experts, no one would care. But you killed people from the ancient races, and that threatens the peace of the continent. Most importantly, you even slaughtered people from the ancient family alliance mercilessly. They are a faction within the righteous path. Now not only are you a traitor of the righteous path, but you are also a traitor of the entire continent. So is this reason enough? Luo Jinin smiled coldly. With the violet gold soul devouring staff on their side, he was fearless. Is it just because of this that you joined hands to destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Long Chen's voice instantly became chilly, and boundless killing intent erupted. Chapter 1472, World-Destroying Apocalypse Light. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen, don't slander others. Who are you accusing of destroying the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Shouted Qi Yunao angrily. Long Chen, what nonsense are you saying? When did the Xuanhuan Dao sect get destroyed? Luo Jinin also shouted along. Ha 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 ha! Long Chen raised his head and laughed loudly. This laughter was full of killing intent. The world seemed to become dark, as if all its light and color had been sucked away. Even the sun in the sky no longer appeared as bright. This killing intent, Dragonbone Evil Moon muttered to itself, shocked. Long Chen was laughing out of rage. He was now 100% sure that these two were aware of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's destruction. According to logic, if Qi Yunao didn't know about what happened with the Xuanhuan Dao sect, he would first display shock and not immediately accuse him of slander. As for Luo Jinin, adding on his cover-up only made it worse. These two definitely knew about this matter. In fact, perhaps Luo Jinin had participated in it. Seeing these two sanctimoniously criticizing him, acting like they stood on the side of right and morality, Long Chen's killing intent soared. Since that's the case, you can both die. Long Chen's divine ring appeared. 5 stars circulated in his eyes and green dragon scales covered his body. He raised Dragonbone Evil Moon and a huge saber image tore into the clouds. Not good, Qi Yunao's expression changed. This attack was so powerful that even before the saber image slashed down, the mountain beneath him was crumbling. Kainkun Formation, Soul Devouring Staff Seal. The violet gold soul devouring staff's divine light suddenly connected to the peaks of the 81 mountains in the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Their power combined to form a giant seal character. When the seal character appeared, time and space froze. The world entered a strange static state. This was the heaven-suppressing magic sect's Kainkun Formation. It came from ancient times, and its power was terrifying. With the violet gold soul devouring staff at its core and the energy within the 81 mountains, this formation could seal devils and gods. When the seal character appeared, everyone was unable to move. However, there was one exception. It was unable to seal Dragonbone Evil Moon. The 2 dragon images on it seemed to come to life, and the saber image fell onto the seal character. The seal character instantly exploded. It was unable to bear Evil Moon's power. When it exploded, the 81 mountains were also blown to bits. The entire heaven-suppressing magic sect was badly damaged. As for the disciples on the mountains, not one of them managed to escape. They were all killed. Even soul transformation elders were unable to survive those explosions. In the entire heaven-suppressing magic sect, the only mountain to survive was the one Long Chen was standing on. It was the core of the heaven-suppressing magic sect and protected by the violet gold soul devouring staff. It was now a lonely mountain in this destroyed land. Long Chen, I will tear you to pieces. Qi Yunao let out a furious roar. He practically went insane. This one attack almost completely destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Qi Yunao, when you joined hands with the corrupt path to destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect, did you once think about the Xuanhuan Dao sect's grief? Let's just see who tears who to pieces. Long Chen roared furiously, and black light exploded out of Evil Moon. The world seemed to transform into an endless hell. World-destroying apocalypse light. Qi Yunao raised the violet gold soul devouring staff. Divine light condensed and shot toward Long Chen. Boom, the black light collided with the divine light. The void exploded, and thunderous rumbling shook their ears. Long Chen, I can only give you an incense stick's amount of time. Figure things out on your own, said Dragonbone Evil Moon. Long Chen understood that in Evil Moon's current state, it could only last for this long. Brother Luo, quickly kill Long Chen. Qi Yunao's expression changed. He was shocked to find that the violet gold soul-devouring staff was sucked in by Long Chen's black saber. They were in a deadlock, so he immediately asked for Luo Jinin's assistance. Long Chen, you fiend, you've once more slaughtered countless innocents. Today, I'll take the places of the heavens to punish you. Luo Jinin shot toward Long Chen with a sword in his hand. Fuck your heavens. Long Chen released Evil Moon, a pot appearing in his hand. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out. Luo Jinin's sword shattered, while he himself was blown back, coughing up blood. What? Qi Yunao was shocked to see this. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be able to release his weapon and continue fighting. As for himself, when he tried to do the same, he found some strange energy from the black saber preventing him from throwing it off. It stuck to the violet gold soul, devouring staff like glue. Is this how you plan on tearing me to pieces? Then let's see who tears who to pieces. Star fall. Long Chen raised his hand, and a golden sphere appeared, quickly growing larger before it rapidly fell down. Not good, run. The experts on the core mountain all jumped in terror. They had never imagined that even Qi Yuna wouldn't be able to kill Long Chen. Now they were all filled with regret. If they had fled when Long Chen had warned them, they wouldn't have fallen into such desperate straits. Boom, Starfall landed on the ground and exploded. A wave of flame spread in every direction. No. Save me. I don't want to die. Cries of misery and despair intertwined. But very quickly, hundreds of thousands of experts were turned to ash. The only area of the heaven-suppressing magic sect that hadn't been destroyed had now become a sea of flames. On this huge mountain, the only structure to survive was the statue of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's founder. Long Chen, Qi Yunao's eyes almost exploded. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood almost came out. All the heaven-suppressing magic sect's experts were dead now. The sole survivor of the sect was Qi Yunao. All their buildings had been destroyed. The thing that enraged him the most was that, even at this moment, the violet gold soul-devouring staff was still bound by the black saber and unable to escape. If he wanted to kill Long Chen, he would have to fight him with his fists, but that would be no different than suicide. Brother Luo, go to the ancestral statue's head, quick, shouted Qi Yunao furiously. Luo Jinin didn't know what he was planning, but it just so happened that after being blown back by Long Chen's attack, he was very close to the statue. Buzz. Just as Luo Jinin reached the head of the statue, Qi Yunao pressed the space between his eyebrows. Fresh blood spurted out, condensing into a rune in his hand. It rapidly lit up. When the blood rune lit up, a rune also appeared on the same spot of the giant statue. Divine light flowed out into Luo Jinin's body. Bathed in that divine light, a runic sword condensed in Luo Jinin's hand. With the divine light flowing around him, he seemed like a completely different person. Brother Luo, you have been blessed by the ancestor. Take my place to get rid of Long Chen, but leave his soul behind. I want to make sure he never reincarnates ever again, roared Qi Yunao with rancor. Luo Jinin nodded and shot toward Long Chen, many times faster than before. He let out a single slash of his sword. Although it was a simple slash, its power caused the stars to quiver. Boom! Long Chen raised his pot, but as a result, he let out a muffled snort as he was blown back. Both his arms were numb, and his chest was hurting. He almost coughed up blood. Long Chen's eyes began to shine. It seemed he had underestimated the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Fortunately, he had Evil Moon first entangle the violet gold soul-devouring staff, making it so Qi Yunao couldn't interfere. If Qi Yunao had this blessing, and used the violet gold soul-devouring staff in this state, then his power wouldn't necessarily be something Evil Moon could block. Two streaks of sword light flew toward Long Chen. They were like torrents of power, and no matter how Long Chen dodged, he would still be struck. This kind of attack possessed an invisible locking power. It would follow Long Chen to the ends of the earth. Even if the attacker launched it with their eyes closed, it would land. This kind of attack could only be met head-on. Long Chen blocked them both but couldn't help coughing up blood. The runic power behind these attacks was able to bypass the pot to land on his body. Long Chen, you should hurry up and let yourself be captured. That's the only way to lessen your sins, shouted Luo Jinin as he once more attacked with his runic sword. Double dragon destruction. Long Chen suddenly shouted, unleashing Lei Long and Huo Long. An insect's insignificant struggle. Break, Luo Jinan sneered. He felt a great power supporting him right now. He was like a god who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand. Long Chen's fierce attack blew apart. Lightning and flame runes flew out in every direction. In front of the current Luo Jinan, everything seemed so powerless. He was invincible. Die, Luo Jinan charged in front of Long Chen, slashing his sword into him. Bang, Long Chen's body exploded, and Luo Jinan's expression changed. At the same time, Qi Yunao's furious roar rang out. Long Chen, you dare! Chapter 1473, The Heaven-Suppressing Source. Translator born to be. Luo Jinan was startled. The Long Chen in front of him exploded into flame runes. It was a fake. Then hearing Qi Yunao's hysterical roar, he immediately turned back to see that, at some unknown time, Long Chen had appeared in front of the heaven-suppressing magic sect's ancestral statue. The pot in his hand was already raised. There is nothing in this world that I, Long Chen, don't dare to do. Boom! With a cold smile, Long Chen's arm muscles bulged, and the pot grew gigantic as it smashed into the statue. The entire statue instantly crumbled. No, Qi Yunao's expression completely changed. His eyes almost popped out. The instant the statue broke, he seemed to age countless years. As for Luo Jinan, when the statue exploded, the divine light around him faded and his runic sword vanished. A wave of weakness washed over him, making him almost collapse to the ground. His body was twitching. He was shocked to find countless wrinkles appear all over his skin. Looking at his own hands, he found that he was now skin and bones, like an elder on their deathbed. All his essence blood had been sucked away. How could this happen? Luo Jinan suddenly felt the world around him start spinning. He fell to the ground and never stood up again. The flames of his soul had been extinguished. Even as Luo Jinan died, he didn't understand why it had happened. The truth was that this divine blessing was a kind of sacrifice. Hence, Luo Jinan had unknowingly offered his qi, essence, and soul to the statue in exchange for temporary overflowing power. But when the statue broke, his life withered along with it. Oh, there's still a formation. Once the statue broke, Long Chen managed to see a cave in the ground below it. Within the cave was a 300-meter divine pool. This divine pool was filled with flowing runes. It was almost like lava, and it released terrifying fluctuations. When he saw the divine pool, the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, Enlightenment Palace, and Divine Gate stars began to rapidly revolve, as if they had become excited. Is this something they need? Long Chen was delighted by this find, and he reached out his hand. The divine liquid transformed into a current that directly flowed into his primal chaos space. Long Chen, you dare to take the heaven-suppressing source. I will. I will. Qi Yuna roared furiously, but he was unable to find any words to threaten Long Chen with. This divine liquid was not an actual liquid. This was the heaven and earth divine spring that the heaven-suppressing magic sect had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. It was a strange kind of energy. It could not be absorbed directly, nor could it be refined into pills. But this spring was something that decided the rise and fall of a sect. It was a condensation of a sect's karmic luck. Hence, it could not be lost no matter what. If it was lost or destroyed, then that sect's karmic luck would completely disappear, and the sect would disappear from the world sooner or later. Seeing the heaven-suppressing source be taken away, Qi Yunao's head nearly exploded. He almost fainted. When Long Chen destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect, when he killed the disciples, those didn't represent the death of the sect. If the buildings were destroyed, the sect could be rebuilt. If the disciples were gone, new ones could be recruited and groomed. After all, this was the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and it had countless businesses in the outside world. Some of their disciples were out there carrying out their duties, so their inheritance hadn't been completely severed. As long as they had time, as long as they had resources, the heaven-suppressing magic sect could slowly recover. There was still hope. However, now that Long Chen had taken away the heaven-suppressing source, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had lost all its karmic luck. Bad luck would plague the heaven-suppressing magic sect until it completely vanished from this world. The cultivation world would no longer have a heaven-suppressing magic sect. Qi Yuna was the current successor of the heaven-suppressing magic sect. For the sect to be destroyed while it was in his command made him feel worse than if he were killed. Long Chen, there's not much time left. Long Chen had just taken away the divine liquid when he heard Evil Moon's voice in his head. He hastily rushed over. Taking a deep breath, His 108,000 stars revolved and his 4 chi seas surged. All his spiritual yuan instantly poured into Evil Moon. The void trembled as black chi erupted into a huge whirlpool. The divine light from the violet gold soul devouring staff was sucked into the black whirlpool, which diverted into the ground. A bottomless pit appeared. As for Long Chen and Evil Moon, thanks to the diversion, they slipped away. The black mist slowly faded, and the warm sunlight shone down once more. Yet the original beautiful scenery had completely vanished. Everything within tens of thousands of miles had been destroyed, and this land was in complete disarray. Seeing this ruined scene, Chi Yuno let out a wolf-like howl. He painfully swung his head several times before opening his eyes. He hoped that this was a nightmare, that it was all an illusion, but when he reopened his eyes, he still saw the same thing. Long Chen, I, Chi Yuno, swear that if I don't kill you, I'm not human. As Chi Yuno roared, the violet gold soul devouring staff unleashed blinding light, and terrifying divine pressure shook the void. Space twisted, and Long Chen fell from the sky. This place was a desert, far from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. All of his energy had been sent into Evil Moon, which had allowed for a one-time long-distance transportation. Long Chen collapsed on the ground, feeling like there wasn't the slightest bit of energy anywhere in his body. "You got benefits too. Why did you have to take all my energy when we ran?" asked Long Chen. Dragonbone Evil Moon had definitely benefited greatly from the violet gold soul devouring staff, but when it ran, it used all of Long Chen's energy, sucking his spiritual yuan dry. That was very unfair. Considering how weak you are, just cooperate. You're already at a great advantage, so you have to pay a price for that advantage. That's the only real way to be fair, said Evil Moon. Long Chen was silent and didn't retort. When he asked himself if that was true, he found that he truly did have a great advantage. If it hadn't been for Evil Moon, he wouldn't have been able to charge into the heaven-suppressing magic sect on his own. This time he had relied on external power to take revenge. Although it was very satisfying, he didn't like that feeling. Evil Moon's power wasn't his power, and it was very dangerous. If there was one day he grew dependent on it, and Evil Moon ended their cooperation, both his combat power and will would weaken greatly. "Evil Moon, how strong is the violet gold soul devouring staff?" asked Long Chen. "How strong? Stronger than you could possibly imagine. In truth, this was very dangerous. That little fellow called Chi Yuno, he was too careless. If he had sensed the danger from the start and directly summoned the blessing of the ancestral statue, using the power of his sect's karmic luck, you'd have died today," said Evil Moon. On the other hand, that was also thanks to Long Chen. Before entering, he had told Evil Moon not to release its aura. That was to lower his opponent's guard. That was why Chi Yuno had felt that the black saber on Long Chen's shoulder was at most an ancestral item. That was the mistake that caused him to suffer such a miserable loss. Evil Moon might not say it, but it truly did admire Long Chen's intelligence. If it hadn't been for the flame clone and Long Chen's ability to misdirect his opponent's direction, he wouldn't have been able to trick the corrupt dwarf. Then he wouldn't have been able to stab Evil Moon into the corrupt god skull. This time, he had once more used his wits to escape a fatal tribulation. That was no coincidence. "How were your gains this time?" asked Long Chen. "Decent. Last time I got an ant, and this time I finally got a piece of meat," said Evil Moon. "It was pleased with its harvest this time." Long Chen finally understood why the difference between divine items could be so great. The corrupt god skull was on the same level as the reincarnation mirror, but when they were compared to the Xuanhuan tower or the violet gold soul devouring staff, the difference was immense. "Long Chen, are you afraid of me killing you once I get stronger?" asked Evil Moon suddenly. "You don't have that ability." Long Chen slowly sat up and brushed off some sand. After resting for a bit, he felt much better. "HMPH, you're so confident," snorted Evil Moon. "My confidence doesn't just come from Sovereign Yun Shang's seal. I have my own power. In truth, I've wanted to test whether the primal chaos bead could kill you multiple times now." Long Chen's lips curled into a smile. As his cultivation base increased, his control over the primal chaos bead strengthened as well. He was the ruler within the primal chaos space, and nothing could resist him. This idea was something he had been thinking about since he had gone out to subdue Evil Moon. However, Sovereign Yun Shang had made things simple, so Long Chen never had a chance to use the primal chaos bead to handle it. "HMPH, Evil Moon snorted and began ignoring Long Chen. After resting for a bit, spiritual yuan finally began to circulate through his body once more. Only at this time did his mind enter the primal chaos space. He looked around for the divine liquid he had obtained, but he was shocked to find that it was gone. How is this possible? Long Chen jumped in shock. How could something be lost in the primal chaos space? There were no signs of it entering the ground, but it had truly vanished. He went through every corner of the primal chaos space, even going through the black soil, but didn't find the slightest trace of it. Buzz! Suddenly his mindset fiercely shook. He hastily looked within it. When he saw the scene inside his mindset, he jumped in shock again. He saw a large mass of divine liquid floating in front of the divine gate star. Countless runes within the divine liquid had formed tiny streams that were flowing into the divine gate star. The fist-sized divine gate star had now grown to 3 meters, and it was only growing gradually. As it circulated, his spiritual space rumbled. A powerful pressure was growing. It seems that I've found the correct way to condense the divine gate star. Chapter 1474, Shaking the Eastern Xuanhuan Region. Translator Born to Be. This divine liquid from the heaven-suppressing magic sect was formed of countless tiny runes. They surged like lava. Those tiny runes were constantly being absorbed by the divine gate star. At the same time, the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars began to undergo huge changes. Mist enveloped the stars, making it impossible to see the changes happening within. This heaven and earth divine spring that they had called the heaven-suppressing source was an existence that symbolized their karmic luck. Each sect had a similar spring. As it represented their karmic luck, observing it allowed others to determine whether a sect would flourish or decline. The more there was, the more the sect would flourish. But when it grew sparse, it signified the sect was starting to decline. At that time, the sect would have to raise its alarm. The divine spring was a way to measure a sect's rise and fall. This kind of thing sounded mysterious, but it truly existed. When a sect was established, it would have to establish this divine spring. The first-generation founder would send in a trace of their own soul into a formation. That was the primer which condensed heaven and earth's chi flow. Following that, the divine spring would be formed. That meant that the sect had received the recognition of heaven and earth and could flourish on the martial heaven continent. But there were many experts who had wanted to establish their own sects but hadn't received the same recognition. Unable to create a divine spring, there was no way for them to establish their sects. Of course, without the divine spring, they could force it and still create the sect. But all those sects had miserable endings, and they vanished like smoke, their people penniless and dead. Without condensing the divine spring, there was no way to create a connection with the chi flow of the world. It was like establishing a sect without a foundation. It could be destroyed at any moment. There was no way it would last past 3 generations. They were not recognized by heaven and earth. So all sects whose inheritances had lasted had their own divine springs. However, the difference in power between sects was different, so their divine springs were all different. But in any case, there was an iron law in this world. If a sect's divine spring was fully sucked dry, that sect would quickly vanish like smoke in the wind. This world would no longer have that sect's name again. Even if hundreds of thousands of years passed, it was impossible to create a sect with that name again. The laws of heaven and earth would not permit it. It would be impossible to create a divine spring for that sect. In other words, having lost their divine spring, the heaven-suppressing magic sect had lost their foundation. They would quickly vanish from this world forever. Destroying the divine spring was destroying the foundation of a sect. On the martial heaven continent, unless the enmity between two sides had reached a peak, no one would dare to do such a thing, as it was just too vicious. Furthermore, no one would really want to do such a thing. One reason was because a sect's divine spring would definitely be guarded with their greatest power, while another reason was that it didn't bring them any benefits. Even now, no one had found any uses for it other than a symbol for a sect's rise or fall. No matter what you tried to hold the divine spring in, it would slowly fade away once removed from the source. It would merge back with heaven and earth. In other words, it didn't have the slightest use. But when Long Chen took it into the primal chaos space, it actually ran over to his mindset on its own and began to be absorbed by the divine gate star. All 5 stars resonated. Long Chen could clearly sense them growing stronger at a rapid pace. That speed was over 100 times greater than when he crazily consumed medicinal pills. That was why his eyes were now shining. He could clearly feel his body undergoing a transformation. Although he didn't know what exactly that transformation was, he could feel himself rapidly getting stronger. The divine gate star was like a gluttonous wolf enjoying a feast, but this feast was so large that it couldn't devour it in one gulp. It needed to absorb it slowly. You destroyed my Xuanhuan Dao sect, so I destroyed your heaven-suppressing magic sect. Are you happy now? A ruthless light appeared in Long Chen's eyes. Even now, he was unable to expel his hatred. It's too bad I couldn't get the truth out of Qi Yun. I don't know how connected this matter is to me. Even the 9-star Hegemon body art wasn't able to figure out the truth of this matter. Long Chen sunk into thought. While at the Xuanhuan Dao sect, he had calmed himself down and used the 9-star Hegemon body art to look back into the past. But he had still failed. At first he thought that he was too angry and unable to calm himself down, but now he realized he was wrong. Even if he was infuriated, that shouldn't affect the 9-star Hegemon body art's capabilities. That was because the 9-star Hegemon body art was not something to be cultivated calmly in any case. Long Chen sighed. After seeing the Xuanhuan Dao sect destroyed, he had been consumed with his rage. His killing intent had practically taken over, but after destroying the heaven-suppressing magic sect, he finally regained control of himself. The heaven-suppressing magic sect's violet gold soul-devouring staff was so powerful. Even Evil Moon was only able to stall it for an incense stick's time. Then the equally famous but defensively oriented Xuanhuan Tower should have been able to protect itself. At the very least, it should have been able to escape while protecting others. And with Li Tianxuan's intelligence and decisiveness, he definitely wouldn't foolishly fight head-on like Long Chen. He would definitely think of a way to escape. But even if the Xuanhuan Dao sect had managed to escape, it had to have taken miserable casualties. He had sensed boundless resentment where the sect had been. That was left over from people who had died. All life forms longed for life. When their life was forcibly ended, they would naturally feel resentment and unwillingness. As for the enemies that had attacked, they had clearly been prepared for a long time and planned a thunderous strike. They had definitely been terrifying experts. And so following that logic, the ones who had died at the Xuanhuan Dao sect had to be the Xuanhuan Dao sect's people. No matter how amazing Li Tianxuan was, there was no way he could protect everyone. It would be amazing if he could even protect a portion of the elite disciples. Those outer sect disciples and workers had probably been mercilessly slaughtered. It was because he had sensed that boundless resentment that Long Chen's killing intent had soared out of control. Without even thinking about it, he had charged into the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Clearly, only Qi Yun and that Vice Alliance master of the Martial Heaven Alliance's Eastern Branch had known about this matter. Regretfully, Luo Jinnen's soul had extinguished, and Long Chen hadn't even had a chance to soul-search him. He felt a bit of regret. If he had brought Meng Qi with him this time, then with her help, he would have been able to learn the truth much faster. But the Dragonblood Legion was in the midst of rapidly getting stronger. He didn't want to go through the pain of the spirit world battle again, so he didn't want to disturb their advancements. Just one painful experience was enough. After recovering about 20% of his spiritual yuan, Long Chen took out a map and determined his position. He began going towards the eastern Xuan city. But before going, he had no choice but to change his appearance. At first, he also planned to change his robes. Black was too conspicuous, but then he decided against it. Black was his favorite color. The Xuanhuan Dao sect and the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been destroyed. This news would shake the eastern Xuan city and perhaps the entire central plains. Long Chen was preparing to secretly investigate this matter. This matter had come too suddenly. He guessed that the heaven-splitting battle sect had no idea about this matter. Otherwise, they would have been the first to leap out for the Xuanhuan Dao sect's vengeance. This was too bizarre, but now that he had calmed down, he thought of his best option, the Huyun sect. He had to find Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong was the only one who could help him now. With the Huyun sect's vast network, not even a blade of grass could escape their eyes. They should be able to provide him with quite a bit of information. Having decided upon that, Long Chen quickened his footsteps. Starting today, his path had become even more difficult, but he had no fear. The news of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's destruction had originally been sealed thanks to the corrupt path. The outside world hadn't learned about it. But the news that the heaven-suppressing magic sect had been destroyed spread like wildfire. In just a few hours, the entire eastern Xuan region learned of it. It was at that time that the news of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's destruction also spread. As expected, the eastern Xuanhuan region was greatly shaken. People didn't even dare to believe this news. Countless sects sent people to investigate the matter. They went to the heaven-suppressing magic sect and saw the land was completely destroyed. When they saw the ancestral statue broken, the divine spring broken apart, they all gasped. This was too vicious. Whoever had done this had completely destroyed the foundation of the heaven-suppressing magic sect. There would never be a heaven-suppressing magic sect in this world again. I heard it was done by Chen. During the battle, there was someone in the distance who recorded it with a photographic Jade. Although they were too far and the image is blurry, you can hear them talking. There's also Chen's unique divine ring. It should be accurate. How is that possible? Chen destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect on his own. Are you joking? No one dared to believe that a single Jade core disciple had used their own power to kill a sect that had descended from the ancient era. The heaven-suppressing magic sect was an existence that had even survived the Dark Era. For it to be destroyed by a Jade core disciple, it was naturally unbelievable. But that blurry recording quickly spread through countless photographic Jades. A chaotic uproar spread throughout the entire eastern Xuan region. Chen actually destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect on his own. Could it be that the destruction of the Xuanchen Dao sect was done by the heaven-suppressing magic sect? Otherwise, why would Chen repeatedly say that this was for revenge? Countless people began to make guesses as to what twists were behind this story. For two huge sects to have been successively destroyed was hard to accept. For a time, many sects began to shiver in apprehension, especially those sects who had once been enemies with the Xuanchen Dao sect. Chapter 1475, Treacherous Scheme. Translator Born to Be. The eastern Xuan city was flourishing just as it had before. Waves of pedestrians flowed through the streets. Just the transportation formations had thousands of people lining up. Chen had just reached the eastern Xuan city when he saw hundreds of experts in front of the transportation formation he was on, investigating everyone who was entering the city. There was a huge sign at the front, and the image of a person had been drawn on top of it. What uniform lines, what bright colors. Even this person's expression, bearing, and emotion is captured so vividly. I dare say that this painter was an absolute master. Seeing the painting, Chen couldn't help saying some words of praise. The person depicted on the sign was himself. The color, the details, they were all captured perfectly. Even Chen felt praise for the artist. It truly looked just like him. Hey, do you not want your life anymore? That person's a devil who kills without batting an eye. If you want to die, then don't bring me down with you. The man in front of Chen in the line turned back to glare at him. I was just commenting on the art. Based on your words, this handsome, heroic person has quite the story. Chen couldn't help feeling that this was funny. That person's expression changed, and he glared at Chen before actually going out of the line and getting back to the end, looking like he was avoiding a plague, as if just being near Chen would infect him. What, seriously? Chen startled. How had his words provoked such terror? Little brother, you should be quieter. Don't find trouble for yourself. Let me tell you, those people up ahead are all bastards. Even if there's nothing wrong, they'll find something wrong. If you say anything regarding that person, they'll immediately investigate you, whispered the man behind him. It's not like I know the person in the picture. Why would I be afraid? Asked Chen. The person looked up ahead, and seeing they were still several miles from the front of the line, he seemed to feel that this distance was safe enough for him to say, Little brother, I can tell you have no experience with the world. What matters isn't whether or not you know that person. What matters is how much you have in your pocket, understood? I really don't understand. Youngsters, you just haven't suffered enough. Do you know who that person in the drawing is? Please tell me. This person's so handsome and carefree, a clearly remarkable hero, someone who can hold up the heavens and the earth. Stop, stop. If you start talking like this, I'll also join the line at the back, said that person helplessly. He was also afraid of being implicated. At this time, there were already several people near them in the line that had run to the back again, clearly wanting to distance themselves from Chen. On his way here, Chen had thought through many things, and he felt like Li Tianxuan and Wilda should still be safe. Furthermore, having taken a bite out of the violet gold soul-devouring staff, he felt much better. He was more relaxed, which allowed him to joke around with this person. All right, fine, I won't say anything. Big brother, tell me, what's the story behind this? Chen directly gave this person a small jade bottle. The person was startled. He took the bottle, and sweeping it with his divine sense, he found a top-grade 9th-tier medicinal pill. He was ecstatic, but he was smart, and that delight only flashed for a moment on his face before being suppressed. Now he felt that this inexperienced rookie was someone who had to come from an extremely shocking background. Most likely, he was someone with high status from a supreme power who had come out for experience. That was why he didn't understand the way the world worked. However, the way he spent his money was shocking. This one medicinal pill was worth over half his total wealth. Don't get any ideas. Although I don't know much, someone like you is unable to swindle me, said Long Chen, a touch of disdain appearing on his face. From that person's gaze, he had seen greed and craftiness. This person had actually started to view him as a fat sheep. Did his fake appearance really look like a spoiled young master? Long Chen made his gaze sharp. This person now felt like two sharp blades were piercing his heart and seeing through his thoughts. No, it was a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dare to have such thoughts. The person hastily shook his head. Sweat dripped down his forehead. He felt like a death god was staring at him. As long as Long Chen wished it, he could kill him. Speak. What exactly is going on? I only just came out for experience, so I don't know what's happening in this secular world. If you explain it properly, there might be a reward, said Long Chen, boasting shamelessly. Since this person thought he was a young master, he could just act like a young master, someone who knew nothing about the world but was actually an extremely powerful existence. At least then, an idiot wouldn't try to scam him. Yes, of course. It seems you're not someone from the eastern Xuanhuan region, or you definitely know who this terrifying existence is. That person hastily began to act sincerely. Don't try to guess my background. If you refuse to say, I'll just find someone else, said Long Chen impatiently. This person really viewed him as an idiot. He actually wanted to bait out information from him. Yes, I'll speak. Seeing his impatience, this person hastily put away those thoughts and pointed to the painting. That person is a terrifying Yama king who has killed countless people. I suppose you know of the 3 great heavenly sects. 2 of them were recently destroyed by him. 2? This time it was Long Chen's turn to be shocked. Yes, this person's name is Long Chen. He's a genius amongst geniuses, the most terrifying genius of the eastern Xuanhuan region. However, after going to the spirit world, an evil weapon took control of his mind, turning him into a devil. He kills anyone he sees, whether they are friend or foe. As soon as he returned to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, he destroyed his sect, killing his masters and fellow disciples. Even the sect itself was turned into barren land. At first, most people didn't believe it. But yesterday, Pill Valley, the ancient races, Corrupt Path, the ancient family alliance, the Blood Hall, and countless other large powers came forward to confirm that Long Chen is under the control of an evil weapon. He's no longer the old Long Chen. He's a fiend who kills without batting an eye, and all of them have sent out a death warrant for him. Even the Martial Heaven Alliance participated in the death warrant, and they've summoned all the large sects to hunt him down for the eastern Xuanhuan region's safety. And so, since everyone is hunting him down, the large transportation formations all have people screening them to make sure Long Chen doesn't come, said that person. Without even realizing it, Long Chen was clenching his fists tightly. Although he did his best to control himself, he couldn't hold back his fury. This was clearly a despicable and shameless attempt at framing him. It was a scheme the ancient races, Corrupt Path, and ancient family alliance had colluded to create. They were using Dragonbone Evil Moon to frame him for these criminal charges. Now the destruction of the Xuanhuan Dao sect had become something despicable that he had done. For them to say that he would do something like destroy his own sect and kill his elders, how could Long Chen not be enraged? It wasn't just the ancient races, Corrupt Path, and ancient family alliance. There was also Pill Valley, which had been silent for so long. They had also participated in this, coming forward with their special status to confirm he was a fiend. This was a huge scheme, and one without any solution. Right now, the Xuanhuan Dao sect was gone, and the Martial Heaven Alliance was also against him. That was what infuriated him the most. Furthermore, considering that the Eastern Xuanhuan region's Vice Alliance master of the Martial Heaven Alliance had been at the heaven-suppressing magic sect, Long Chen smelled a scheme. Now, he finally realized that the Martial Heaven Alliance had completely changed. It was no longer the fair and just Martial Heaven Alliance it had been in the past. It had taken him 2 days to arrive here. He could have come earlier, but he had waited to fully recover. Now his just-suppressed rage soared once more. The entire world was now full of his enemies. Now that he learned this, his original confidence grew shaky. He was friends with Zhang Wenlong and they had collaborated for a long time. They had a deep friendship, but could this friendship endure such a trial? That was difficult to say. Businessmen cared about profit. When the profits didn't match up to the danger, would he still collaborate with him? Zhang Wenlong was different from the Dragon Blood Legion that had fought their way out of death together. Businessmen had to look at things from the viewpoint of a businessman. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of being called businessmen. Long Chen now didn't know if he had made the right decision to come to the eastern Xuanhuan region. If he made the wrong choice, he wouldn't just lose a friend, he might have consigned himself to eternal damnation. Just as he was lost in thought, that person continued, "In truth, this is all nonsense. Searching for Long Chen is just an excuse. This excuse has become a way to take other people's wealth." "Oh, why is that?" Just as Long Chen was asking this question, an uproar came from the front. "Release me, I don't even know Long Chen. You're framing me, this isn't fair." The person shouting was a young man wearing luxurious robes. He looked to be a Jade core expert with a certain status, but now his voice was full of terror. "What a joke! Everyone in the eastern Xuan region knows who Long Chen is. Your lying only makes it worse. Bring him away for a detailed interrogation. But you don't need to worry, we won't wrongly treat a good person. However, he also won't let off a bad person. You'd best cooperate," shouted a lifestyle expert. It seemed he was the leader in charge of overseeing this region. "You see, this is all just a play. Long Chen wouldn't be so stupid as to actually come out after having done such a thing. He's definitely in hiding. Their goal in doing this isn't to capture Long Chen, but to simply target some people with decent wealth but not much of a background. If this fellow's lucky, he'll only lose all of his money. But if he's unlucky, he'll lose his life," said that person indifferently. It seemed he was used to seeing such a sight. So that's what it was. Now Long Chen understood that this was truly a way to rake in money. Without saying anything else, Long Chen tossed this person a bottle. Inside were 3 ninth-tier pills, causing that person to repeatedly thank him. The information he had provided had been very useful. At the very least, Long Chen now knew how dangerous his current situation was. After taking this gift, that person ran to the back of the line, afraid of being implicated by Long Chen. Long Chen advanced with the line. He quickly reached the end, where a soul transformation expert reached out to touch his face to see if he had changed his appearance. "Pal?" Long Chen slapped that person across the face. "Fuck your mother, do you think you can touch my face?" Chapter 1476, Trial of Friendship. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's slap sent the soul transformation expert about to touch his face flying. He spun through the air, his bloody teeth flying. Everyone jumped in fright. The people in the line all retreated, afraid of being drawn in. "Brat, you're asking for it." Long Chen's unexpected attack enraged the experts carrying out the investigation. One of the Life-Star experts immediately stepped forward, slamming a palm towards him. The terrifying pressure of a Life-Star expert crashed down. This pressure made it difficult for soul transformation experts to breathe, while others were unable to move, their faces pale as paper. But shockingly, his wrist was suddenly caught. Long Chen had ignored the Life-Star expert's pressure to capture his hand. The Life-Star expert was shocked. He felt like his hand was caught in an iron pincer. He felt great pain, but when he tried to pull back, he found himself unable to move. Crack! Long Chen kicked the Life-Star expert in the armpit as he pulled on his hand, forcibly tearing off his arm. The Life-Star expert only had time for a short cry at having his arm torn off when Long Chen's hand caught his throat. He was pale with terror and unable to speak. He didn't even dare to move. From Long Chen's hand, he sensed a mountain-toppling energy. It was extremely condensed, and if it was released, he would be blown to bits. Perhaps others couldn't sense it, but the Life-Star expert could sense that his life and death would be decided by a single whim from Long Chen. First comes the left hand. Pow! After the left hand's done, then comes the right. Pow! Long Chen slapped the Life-Star expert twice in the face. His head swelled, but instead of growing smarter, he felt like stars were spinning around his head. He was already completely stunned, and he was powerless to escape even when Long Chen switched hands. Seeing this sight, all the people lined up were dumbfounded. "Bastard, who do you think you are? Release him." At this time, another Life-Star expert roared and unleashed his aura. A violet gold broadsword pointed at Long Chen, and powerful runes circulated around it. It was an ancestral item. This Life-Star expert was the leader of this group. There were only 2 Life-Star experts for the corrupt investigation here. He hadn't expected this youngster to immediately subdue his companion. Long Chen suddenly tossed out the dizzy life star expert in his hands. He coldly said, "Don't point your stick at me, otherwise you won't have a life anymore." Long Chen's actions only made this life star expert even more stunned. Originally, he had thought that Long Chen wouldn't release him easily, but he simply let him go like this. It was like he didn't even care about him. As for the life star expert whose head was swelled up and now looked like a pig's, he finally regained his wits and roared, "Who are you?" Long Chen sneered and took out a golden tablet. He tossed it to him. The life star expert caught it, but his hand shook and almost broke just from catching it. Long Chen had tossed it casually, so he had also casually received it, but this resulted in Long Chen's power shocking him. The tablet was heavy, but when he saw the image and the words carved into it, his expression completely changed. "The flame divine paw." "Shut up. Since you know it, don't you think you should hand it back to me?" shouted Long Chen, interrupting him. The life star expert's expression changed several times. In the end, he handed the tablet back to Long Chen. After taking it, Long Chen hung it on his waist and coldly said, "We've received orders to come here to hunt down Long Chen. The real experts have already been mobilized and created an inescapable net. You people should reserve yourself. Don't make things hard on us. After all, now that we're participating, I don't want to see anything that could damage our image. Otherwise, HMPH, you'll receive the strictest punishment, understood?" "Understood, please do as you wish." The other life star expert hastily apologized, gesturing for Long Chen to continue onwards. Long Chen nodded and left. The others all stared at his back, all shocked. Just who was this person? "Brother Zhao, who was that?" asked the life star expert who had been beaten badly. "He's a golden plate warrior from the Flame Divine Palace. You really were unlucky. We can't provoke Pill Valley." The other life star expert helplessly sighed. Pill Valley actually mobilized the golden warriors of the Flame Divine Palace. Isn't it said that the golden warriors are all on the level of rank 9 celestials? That's why you had no ability to resist. Your defeat is simply natural, so don't worry about it. He thought that the reason the beaten life star expert had been captured by Long Chen so easily was because of the suppression of heavenly Tao pressure. But in reality, the beaten life star expert hadn't felt any such thing. In his state of confusion, he didn't even remember sensing any heavenly Tao energy. All he remembered was that this person had been absolutely terrifying and capable of taking his little life at a whim. Isn't Pill Valley supporting us? Why would they send out their golden warriors? Who knows? We're unlucky to run into him. Whatever, we'll just have to reserve ourselves. There's only half a day until we hand over our duties. Yesterday, the Killin sect got so many fat sheep, but we only got a few thin sheep before encountering this person. How unlucky. But we had to pull in so many favors to get our authority today. The pig-headed life star expert was a bit unwilling to do this. Most likely, those favors included large bribes. They still hadn't made back that initial investment. There's no way around it. Who would have thought that the Pill Valley that initially only verbally supported us would send out their golden warriors? This means Pill Valley is very likely trying to use this opportunity to kill Long Chen and shake the martial heaven continent with a show of their power. After all, it was because of Long Chen that Pill Valley was disgraced, and then that Long San caused complete chaos within Pill Valley. It should be about time for them to show the continent that they're not weaklings. We'll just have to count ourselves unlucky. If Pill Valley's mobilizing their power, they'll definitely take the main stage. Little people like us will have to endure. The other life star expert sighed again. Ordering his subordinates to continue investigating, he made special attention to tell them not to touch the fat sheep. Long Chen passed through the checkpoint forcibly with the golden tablet, but he didn't feel the slightest joy. This golden tablet was something from Pill Valley's Heaven Dragon Flame region. It had come from the dead Dajiao. Back then, Long Chen had thought it was some kind of treasure, and so he had taken it while running from the all-devil monster. But in the end, it had just been a status tablet, and so he had randomly tossed it into the primal chaos space without thinking about it. He didn't even know what the Golden Warriors were. All he knew was that this matter had Pill Valley's shadow behind him, and so this was a test. And this test showed Pill Valley had truly participated in it. In other words, Pill Valley had already recovered from the blow that Master Long San had given them. Did that mean the radical faction had recovered from the verge of death? But that didn't seem too lightly. The radical faction had lost all its power. It should be next to impossible for them to regain power. He couldn't figure it out. This was one point that he was uneasy about, just how deeply was Pill Valley involved in this. If they were just participating in name, if they were only saying that he was a devil without actually doing anything, then it would be fine. But suppose that Pill Valley wanted to pull one over the ancient races, corrupt path, an ancient family alliance by killing him before they could. This would show off their power for everyone and protect their status as the overlord of the continent. When he had first heard that Pill Valley was involved, he hadn't thought too much about it. But after seeing this golden tablet intimidate those people, he looked at things at a deeper level and saw a bigger problem. Pill Valley had always been the overlord of this world. They definitely wouldn't allow anyone else to stand above them. In fact, they wouldn't allow someone else to stand on the same level as them. But now Long Chen's matter had shaken the eastern Xuanhuan region. If Pill Valley didn't take a leading position in this manner, it would make their prestige fall. So whether they were being active or passive, they would have to show up sooner or later. And once they did, they would definitely be coming in the most domineering and tyrannical manner possible. Fine, I admit I didn't think this through thoroughly before. HMPH, this is quite a bit of pressure. Long Chen took a deep breath. Now he had done it. The ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance, the martial heaven alliance, Pill Valley, they were all targeting him with their full power. Surrounded by enemies. Interesting. Whoever wants to go against me can come. Time to see if the Hegemon sect wants to join them or join me. Long Chen calmed himself down. Since he was surrounded by enemies already, there was no need to think that much about it. Just thinking about it wasn't going to get him out of this. It would just rattle his heart. It was still the same thing. In front of absolute power, all schemes were useless. This was the case right now. There was no way his intelligence could get him out of this. He could only put his life on the line. But before doing that, he wanted to know who was his enemy and who was his friend to prepare himself. Hello, may I ask who? Long Chen entered the largest auction house belonging to the Hegemon sect in the eastern Xuanhuan city. As soon as he entered, a pretty attendant came to greet him. Tell Zheng Wenlong that an old friend from the eastern wasteland urgently wishes to see him. Long Chen put emphasis on urgently. Long Chen was brought to a private room. Inside it, he simply sat with his eyes closed, not moving. It was like he was meditating. In another place in the building, Zheng Wenlong was looking at a wall, his eyes unfocused. Behind him was the attendant who Long Chen had given his message to. Do I see him, do I not? Zheng Wenlong clenched his fists, caught in a struggle. Chapter 1477, The Business Tao. Translator Born to Be. Zheng Wenlong stared at the wall silently. He was at a huge turning point in his life. What he decided would determine his future. Have him wait a bit. I will quickly go to see him, said Zheng Wenlong finally, seeming to have made his determination. Yes, the attendant left. Zheng Wenlong slowly stood until he was right in front of the wall. He pressed down on a protrusion on the wall. The wall slowly opened, revealing a large room. This room had a circular curtain of light constantly revolving. Zheng Wenlong walked up in front of the curtain of light. He stood there for a long moment before finally reaching out into it. Fluctuations came from the light, and a figure appeared. Zheng Wenlong respectfully knelt on the ground. Disciple Zheng Wenlong greets sect master. The figure inside the curtain was an elder sitting cross-legged. He had white hair but a rosy face like a baby. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes looked old and a bit turbid. However, they were extremely peaceful, as if he wasn't the master of a sect, but a kind elder. This seemingly ordinary elder was the Hegemon sect's master, one of the top figures of the continent, someone on the same level as Pill Valley's master. He was the Hegemon sect's master, Hua Mingsheng. However, this incredibly powerful figure looked like an ordinary elder, and even seemed very friendly. Child, have you run into some kind of difficulty? Hua Mingsheng looked at Zheng Wenlong through the curtain of light encouragingly. I'm sorry, sect master. I wish to leave the Hegemon sect. Zheng Wenlong knelt on the ground, his head to the ground, not daring to look at Hua Mingsheng. Oh, why? Hua Mingsheng's voice was still calm. I have a friend in trouble. I need to help him, but I don't want to implicate the sect or its millions and millions of members. Since ancient times, it has always been difficult to choose between loyalty and righteousness. I also have difficulty choosing, but with Long Chen in imminent danger, I have to act regardless. So I hope that you can accept my feelings toward the Hegemon sect. If there is another life, I will definitely become a disciple of the Hegemon sect again and repay your favor. Toward the end, Zheng Wenlong's voice was choked with emotion. The Huyan sect was his home, and it was also his faith. He truly didn't want to leave. Deserting the loyal was disloyal, but ignoring a friend in trouble was unjust. Anyone would have difficulty choosing. The current Zheng Wenlong was not the Zheng Wenlong who Long Chen had met back at the beginning. He was now a large figure with a powerful status. He knew many things that he hadn't known before, and so he knew just how dangerous Long Chen's current predicament was. It was because he knew it that he didn't want to draw the Huyan sect into it. He was prepared to help Long Chen on his own. That way, his actions would be unrelated to the Huyan sect, and he wouldn't need to worry about implicating the Huyan sect. Child, first of all, you should get up. Hua Mingsheng smiled faintly. Disciple does not have the face to raise his head. Zheng Wenlong still kept his head to the ground. Foolish child, you are a devout follower of the wealth god, but you still don't comprehend the true essence of the Huyan sect. Let me ask you, what is every disciple of the Huyan sect? A businessman. And what do businessmen exist for? For profit. Then tell me, has your collaboration with Long Chen been profitable? It has. And if you continue your collaboration with Long Chen, will you obtain even more profit? If he lives, the profit will naturally be limitless. Then isn't that all? Businessmen pursue profit. Helping Long Chen is getting more profit. Why would you need to leave the Huyan sect for this? Your actions have not infringed on the Huyan sect's rules, nor have they gone against our faith. Why would you need to do this? Asked Hua Mingsheng. But this time, there's Pill Valley, the ancient races, the corrupt path, the ancient family alliance. Forget about them for now. What you need to remember is that you are a businessman, and you must operate your business in good faith. As long as your clients do not break off the collaboration, then as long as there is still profit to be made, you cannot break it off yourself for selfish reasons. That would be a breach of contract and a violation of the doctrines of the wealth god, said Hua Mingsheng. But Zheng Wenlong finally raised his head to look at him. Hua Mingsheng smiled. Child, there are no buts. The business Tao is also one of the heavenly Taos. We steadily advance by following the wealth god's directions and conducting our business honestly. All your misgivings are simply the thoughts of a child. No matter how high your intelligence is, can it surpass a god's? Disciple wouldn't dare to compare himself to the wealth god, said Zheng Wenlong hastily. Then why are you questioning the wealth god's intelligence? I understand. I know where I was wrong. Zheng Wenlong was about to quibble when he suddenly came to a realization and became delighted. Not bad, your comprehension is truly good. Remember, no matter what you do, as long as you act within the restrictions of what the wealth god has commanded, you are following the wealth god's directions. If you feel doubt, fear, or misgivings, it's simply because you lack faith in the wealth god. We are humans, not gods, and a god's intelligence isn't something we can reach. In fact, how do you know that Long Chen's arrival here isn't thanks to the wealth god's guidance? Said Hua Mingsheng with a thought-provoking light in his eyes. I understand. Many thanks for your guidance. Zheng Wenlong was extremely grateful for this. All right, you can go. As long as you act in accordance with the wealth god's directions, you are in the right. No matter what happens as a result, I will be there to support you, said Hua Mingsheng. Yes. Long Chen sat cross-legged. Eventually, he opened his eyes and stood. It's been an incense stick's worth of time. Since Zheng Wenlong has no time, I'll take my leave. The attendant standing beside him became awkward, not knowing what to say. It's not that I have no time, it's just that I almost made a grave error during this time. At this moment, Zheng Wenlong walked in. You can go, I will talk to him alone. He sent away the attendant. Long Chen sat back down. Looking at Zheng Wenlong, he said, to tell you the truth, I'm very happy that you came. Of course I came, it was just a matter of how quickly I could get here. Zheng Wenlong's old confident smile had returned. Thank you, Long Chen finally smiled. Zheng Wenlong's arrival meant that Long Chen hadn't misjudged him. Although he was a businessman, he was a hot-blooded man inside as well. No, you shouldn't act so courteous with me. It would make us seem like strangers. The regular saying is that talking about money will hurt friendship, but to the Huyan sect's disciples, talking about friendship is what will hurt money. It seems I was right to come here. You are prepared to stand together with me. No, I'm not standing with you, but on the side of money. You are my precious client and I need to protect you. That's the way to get the most profit, said Zheng Wenlong solemnly. Long Chen nodded. Although Zheng Wenlong was acting as a businessman, Long Chen could see his sincere emotions. He was glad he had such a friend. Zheng Wenlong had never disappointed him, not in the past and not now. I want to know everything that happened in the eastern Xuan region while I was gone. Of course, the most important thing is the Xuanchen Dao sect. Does it still exist? And who participated? Long Chen went straight to the point. Here, I've already prepared the information for you. Zheng Wenlong handed Long Chen a stack of papers with various things recorded on it. The Xuanchen Dao sect's destruction came too suddenly. The corrupt path announced that it was done by them, but it's not so simple as that. You can look through this. This is everything that was gathered by our intelligence network. Long Chen flipped through the pages one by one. His expression gradually darkened. Zheng Wenlong explained. The corrupt path constituted the main force, but there were several accomplices. The heaven-suppressing magic sect was only one of them. According to the traces left behind on the battlefield, there were at least 5 divine items that went against the Xuanchen Dao sect's divine items. Amongst them was the corrupt path's corrupt god skull, the heaven-suppressing magic sect's violet gold soul-devouring staff, and the ancient race's heaven-reaching divine drum. As for the other 2 divine items, because the spatial fluctuations were too intense, and their auras were somewhat similar to the Xuanchen Tower, and the reincarnation mirror's auras, it's temporarily impossible to determine which divine items they are. A battle involving 7 divine items is rare, even on the entire continent. At the very least, such a large-scale battle hasn't occurred since the last Dark Era. Long Chen nodded. He went through all the information listed. This information was based on an analysis of the battlefield where the Xuanchen Dao sect had once been. It also had the information about various sects and what they had been doing around the time that the Xuanchen Dao sect had been destroyed. The majority of sects had acted completely normal, but after the Xuanchen Dao sect had been destroyed, the Vice Alliance Master of the Eastern Branch of the Martial Heaven Alliance went to the Heaven-suppressing magic sect, and Pill Valley also became lively during this, with quite a few powers sending experts to communicate with them. Although these things didn't directly prove anything, Long Chen could see a grand scheme. The Xuanchen Dao sect's destruction was the result of many powers working together. Zheng Wenlong said, "This is all I know. Long Chen, now that you're surrounded by enemies, what are you going to do?" "This much is enough. At the very least my head is clearer, and I know a few of my enemies now. As for what I'm going to do, I don't know yet. I want to figure out whether or not anyone from the Xuanchen Dao sect survived first. Based on the evidence, there were too many divine items at that time, and the chances of the Xuanchen Tower escaping are low. However, there are also no signs that it was destroyed. That is why some experts have deduced that the Xuanchen Tower might very likely have been forced into the chaotic flow of space. Perhaps it'll never come back again." Chapter 1478, Bad News and Good News. Translator Born to Be. The chaotic flow of space. Long Chen's heart immediately sank. The chaotic flow of space was the space between 2 worlds, and it was filled with countless spatial blades. Even life star experts would be instantly torn to bits. Even if the Xuanchen Tower was present to protect them, once they were lost in the chaotic flow, they might never return. This was the worst possibility, but Long Chen had to accept reality. Facing the attacks of 5 divine items that came out of nowhere, there was little that the Xuanchen Tower could do. That kind of power could destroy the world. There was no way it could escape, especially considering that this was something their enemies had been plotting for a long time. If the Xuanchen Tower had really been forced into the chaotic flow of space, then even if it could resist the spatial blades, it would run out of energy eventually. Killing intent raged within Long Chen. No matter how carefully he acted, he had still ended up implicating the Xuanchen Dao sect. In the spirit world, to protect the forest of life, he had become mortal enemies with the ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance. With his opponents having to pull out after a miserable loss, they had decided to destroy his home. Without the Xuanchen Dao sect, he was alone, facing a world full of enemies. Like this, they could find a million excuses to kill him. No one would speak up for him. Long Chen felt himself to be a star of disaster. Wherever he went, disaster would follow. Thinking of Li Tiangxuan, Wilda, and the others lost in the chaotic flow of space, his killing intent raged. "Brother Wenlong, is there any way to find them? I don't mind paying the price," asked Long Chen. Zheng Wenlong shook his head, sighing, "This isn't something you even needed to ask. You already know the answer." The chaotic flow of space was too powerful. Anything that was lost in there would have difficulty ever getting out. Sometimes, you might even accidentally enter a foreign world, never to return. If the Xuanchen Tower had entered on its own, then perhaps there would be some chance of it returning. But at that time, It had been forced in under the sneak attack of 5 divine items. Even if it was claimed to be number 1 in defense, it must have been heavily injured by that sneak attack. In that kind of situation, the best it could do was bitterly endure within the chaotic flow of space. It was powerless to break through into the world, so things did not bode well for the Xuanhuan Tower. Long Chen unconsciously clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. He felt powerless. He had no way to find the Xuanhuan Tower, let alone save them. He felt like he was going insane. It was his first time feeling like brains were absolutely useless. Brains, intelligence, they didn't have the slightest use here. Long Chen, don't worry too much. At the very least, according to what I know, the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's heaven and earth divine pool has yet to dry up. That means the Xuanhuan Dao Sect still exists, comforted Zhang Wenlong. How do you know that? Long Chen was surprised. This is actually a very simple law. People have tested it. After condensing a divine pool, when people carve the name of the Xuanhuan Dao Sect within it, they will find that it's still possible to carve it down. The name will then slowly fade away, signifying that the Xuanhuan Dao Sect still exists. If the Xuanhuan Dao Sect was completely dead, it would be impossible to carve the name. The divine pool simply wouldn't be acknowledged by heaven and earth. Many sects have used this method to determine the Xuanhuan Dao Sect still exists, said Zhang Wenlong. It still exists. Good, this is the best possible news for me. I actually didn't think of such a method. Long Chen instantly relaxed a great deal. It had been a week since the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's destruction. If the Xuanhuan Tower was still enduring at this time, it meant there was a good chance it could survive until Long Chen could find some way to save them. This was truly just the news he needed to raise his spirits. Brother Long, what are your plans now? If you need any help, just ask. I'm prepared to put a large investment in you, promised Zhang Wenlong solemnly. Ha, just the fact that you can see me without worrying about offending all those powers is enough to make me endlessly grateful. I rarely admire anyone, but I admire the way you conduct your business. Hopefully, our business can last a lifetime. Long Chen smiled. He had obtained a pleasant surprise here. He had been right to come. In the eyes of the outside world, businessmen only invest money, but an investment in friendship is actually the most important investment. I've already gotten huge returns from my investment in you, which further proves that such an investment is the greatest. The profits only continue to soar thousands and millions of times. Zhang Wenlong smiled. Zhang Wenlong was truly a generation's marvel. He had the courage to invest in someone like Long Chen. He was even willing to leave the Xuanhuan sect for the investment he had made. That wasn't something just anyone was capable of. However, Zhang Wenlong didn't mention that. This kind of investment didn't require him to emphasize what he had done. That would simply make it appear fake. I'll remember this. I came here mostly for news, and now I've obtained that. If you could help me out to keep track of any movements in the eastern Xuan region, that would be helpful. I can see my goal clearly now. Since they want my life, I won't let them have it so easily. For now, I'll let the ancient races and ancient family alliance act arrogant. The power structure within them is too complicated. They are both large alliances, and I don't know which particular members within them are the ones who targeted the Xuanhuan Dao Sect. So, I'm going to start with the corrupt path. I'll slowly investigate who directly participated in the attack, and once I'm sure, I'll start my revenge, said Long Chen. The ancient races and the ancient families were both composed of tens of thousands of individual powers. Their internal structure was extremely complicated, and not every power within them was bad. Long Chen wasn't a slaughterer, and he couldn't treat them all as one for his vengeance. Leaving that matter for Zhang Wenlong to determine would be the best, but Long Chen couldn't wait. He was going to use the bloodiest method to shake the eastern Xuan region. Anyone who participated in the attack against the Xuanhuan Dao Sect would have to pay the price in blood. While Zhang Wenlong investigated this matter, Long Chen couldn't simply lay there idly. He was preparing to raise his blade toward the corrupt path. He didn't need to have any misgivings even if he destroyed the entire corrupt path. Brother Long, Zhang Wenlong hesitated. Long Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. I know, I won't make things hard on you. He knew what Zhang Wenlong's issue was. Zhang Wenlong couldn't provide him with confidential information about the powers the Xuanhuan sect conducted business with. Therefore, he couldn't provide Long Chen with confidential information about the corrupt path, as they had business with them. Telling Long Chen such secrets would be against the rules. However, Long Chen didn't need this information from Zhang Wenlong. The Xuanhuan Dao sect had some secret information of their own regarding the corrupt path. At the very least, they knew where some strongholds were located. From the start, Long Chen hadn't expected to force Zhang Wenlong to tell him these things. He understood Zhang Wenlong. Although he cared a great deal about their friendship, he was someone with principles. He followed the wealth god, and he couldn't do anything that betrayed his faith. What Long Chen wanted to know wasn't business secrets. Such things couldn't be told to him by Zhang Wenlong, or it would offend many people. Furthermore, this matter also involved Pill Valley, and it might provoke the endless battle between the two of them. Zhang Wenlong didn't want to implicate the entire Huyun sect just for his friendship. If Zhang Wenlong left the Huyun sect before telling Long Chen these secrets, that would be a different story. Even if others learned about it, it would be the conduct of one person, not the Huyun sect. However, after Hua Mingxing's advice, Zhang Wenlong had retained his status as a disciple of the Huyun sect. He helped to answer some of Long Chen's questions and provided some resources for him, but Zhang Wenlong couldn't betray his sect. "Do you need any other help?" asked Zhang Wenlong a bit apologetically. It seemed just information-wise, he wasn't able to help Long Chen that much. "For now, I don't need anything. But don't worry, when I do, I won't stand on courtesy. Speaking of which, I have some large business that I wonder if you dare to receive." "What business?" "Just some pills that came from Pill Valley. Well, more accurately, it's the entire private stock of Pill Valley. Do you dare to take this business?" asked Long Chen. "You, damn so, it was you." Zhang Wenlong stared at Long Chen with shock. He instantly connected him to Long San. "Some of these medicinal pills have Pill Valley's marking on them. I trust you have a way to remove them. However, this matter is very big, so I have to ask if you have the courage to swallow this big piece of meat." Zhang Wenlong smiled bitterly. "This isn't meat, this is a giant dragon. I need to ask the higher-ups. This is too big." This was truly too big. If Pill Valley learned of this matter, they would definitely think that Long San was someone the Huyun sect had sent to Pill Valley. Then Pill Valley wouldn't hesitate to launch a decisive war against them. That wasn't something Zhang Wenlong wanted to see. Zhang Wenlong left for a bit before quickly running back in excitedly. "I've asked. You can leave the medicinal pills behind and the Huyun sect will help you get rid of them. However, due to the high danger, we will be taking an extra 30% cut of the profits. Is that all right?" That was naturally fine. There were many medicinal pills that Long Chen couldn't even use. If he kept them, they would just rot in his hands. For the Huyun sect to only take an extra 30% cut made him feel that they truly had a conscience. Long Chen handed Zhang Wenlong all the medicinal pills. Zhang Wenlong offered to show Long Chen the historical sales of these pills to make him understand how much money he might earn, but Long Chen declined. He didn't have the time. Leaving the Huyun sect, Long Chen found a concealed place to remove his disguise. With his real appearance, he appeared in the middle of the eastern Xuanhuan city. "Aren't you all looking for Long Chen? Well, I've come." Chapter 1479, disdainfully looking down on others. Translator born to be. When Long Chen first walked out of a small alley, no one noticed. But very quickly, startled cries began to ring out. They couldn't quite believe their eyes, but then they confirmed that they weren't just seeing things. The wanted criminal of the entire eastern Xuan region was actually in the eastern Xuan city. Long Chen, he actually appeared. What's he doing? Is he provoking all the powers in the eastern Xuan city? That's way too arrogant, right? Is he trying to defy the heavens? An uproar exploded, spreading throughout the city, and yet Long Chen ignored it all. He started walking straight down the main central street. This was the most bustling road in the city. It went from one end of the city all the way to the other, and it was where people were the most concentrated. Following Long Chen's arrival, more and more experts flocked over to confirm that the reports were true. When they saw that black-robed man arrogantly walking down the road, they were incomparably shocked. In the entire eastern Xuan region, the most famous person was Long Chen. Even the light of Empyreans was drowned out by him. Seeing him, these experts all felt their hearts pounding with fear. That was because the rumors were that Long Chen had destroyed the Xuanchen Dao sect and the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Although no one had witnessed the Xuanchen Dao sect's destruction, someone had been recording the destruction of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, and his divine ring had been visible. Now that he appeared in the eastern Xuan city, and they saw he was only at the peak of the Jade core realm, they didn't know whether or not they could believe that. A Jade core disciple could destroy 2 grand sects. Whoever had come up with that was trying to test the limits of humans' imagination. The huge road was packed with experts, but wherever Long Chen went, they parted like he was a demon. Long Chen, you traitor, do you still have the face to come out after destroying your sect and killing your masters? If you have the slightest conscience, you'd kill yourself right here to wipe away your sins," shouted a soul transformation expert from the crowd. Seeing that this wanted criminal was only at the Jade core realm, several people began to add in their insults. This was only encouraged when Long Chen acted like he didn't even hear that person. He simply continued to walk forward. "This person is the devil of the Eastern Xuan region. He's wanted by everyone. Don't be afraid. If you kill him, all the various large powers will reward you with an ancestral item. Attack together." A soul transformation expert suddenly raised his saber and left the crowd to attack. He was a rogue cultivator with decent power, but his head wasn't very good. He thought that a single shout would make the crowd follow his lead. He hadn't expected that not a single person would respond to him. Instead, everyone else retreated. He quickly reached Long Chen before putting on his emergency brakes. Only now did he realize he was alone with Long Chen. His soul almost fled out of terror. He was right in front of Long Chen. In that instant, he felt like he was facing a merciless devil, and he was struck dumb. His saber was simply raised in the air, but he didn't dare to slash it down. Only once he approached Long Chen did he realize that this seemingly ordinary youth was giving off an extremely strong air of death. It was like Long Chen wouldn't even need to move to kill him, like a single thought could end his life. He had never encountered such a terrifying person. He stood there in terror, paralyzed with fear. He quivered, wanting to leave but also not daring to move, and Long Chen walked past him just like that. His saber was just a few inches from Long Chen's face, but Long Chen didn't even seem to see it. He continued walking forward just like he had been the whole time. "What a coward!" Mocking voices could be heard from amongst the crowd. Now facing Long Chen's back, this person was provoked by their insults, and his saber suddenly stabbed toward Long Chen's back. Just as his saber was about to pierce Long Chen's back, a hand caught the tip. Long Chen pushed back ever so slightly. That soul transformation expert instantly blew to bits. As for his saber, it transformed into countless metal fragments that spun through the air. A soul transformation expert was killed without Long Chen turning around. Not even the rhythm of his steps had changed. He looked like he had just swatted a fly. "How vicious! Long Chen, aren't you worried about your retribution for such viciousness?" shouted a distant someone in the crowd. Not only was this person hiding in the crowd, but he also made sure to stay a great distance away, so no one could tell who was shouting. "Exactly, Long Chen, you're no longer a disciple of the righteous path. You are purely a fiend who slaughtered your own sect. We will kill you. Everyone attack together. Stop this fiend. The news that Long Chen is here will quickly spread, and powerful experts will be coming to put him in his place." Another person wanted to make everyone else attack, but this person hid in the dark without daring to move, unlike the first person. Long Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. These people were nothing more than a mob. They only knew how to shout obscenities and put on false bravado. "Long Chen, you really are brazen to act like this in the Eastern Xuan city. Do you think there's no one in the Eastern Xuan region who can handle you?" Just at this moment, a Life Star expert appeared. He was tall, with an even taller spear in his hand and a manifestation circulating behind him. He was a rank 7 celestial. "Senior, quickly kill Long Chen to clean up the righteous path. Don't kill him, capture him alive. Then make sure to make him feel the pain of all his victims. Pull out his soul and burn it for 1,000 years. Someone who would destroy their own sect should never be allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation again." This rank 7 celestial was giving off great pressure. As for the spear in his hand, it emanated the powerful aura of an ancestral item. Ancestral items could only unleash their full power in the hands of Life Star experts. His arrival caused the crowd to start screaming for Long Chen's death. Their righteous indignation was like Long Chen had destroyed their sects too. In truth, they had no enmity with Long Chen, but they were jealous of him, and so they resented him. None of them was a world-shaking genius like he was. They were simply ordinary. Unable to become a world-shaking genius, unable to become the brightest star in the sky, they decided that being able to get another genius killed through their righteous indignation was also quite good. Personally witnessing a genius be killed gave them a sense of accomplishment. In the secular world, that was called hating the rich. Whenever such people saw someone else with more money or living better off than them, they would cry out injustice and be filled with envy and resentment. They didn't know and didn't care about how some of these rich people had been poor people who had worked for their money. They didn't care about how much pain and suffering these people had gone through. All they saw was their wealth. Instead of working to change their own lives, they just felt meaningless hatred and envy for those stronger than them. The secular world had such people, and the cultivation world had them as well. The higher your position, the more people that would be jealous of you. You would end up with personal enemies everywhere. Just because you stood in a slightly higher position, they were irritated and wanted to tear you down. This world was full of garbage people who never thought about working hard to increase their own height. Instead, they always felt that anyone who was in front of them should die. They never thought about how even if there was no one in front of them, if they didn't work hard, they would still be stuck standing in their original location. However, rather than advancing, they preferred that others couldn't advance. They didn't work hard, and they also didn't like seeing other people working hard. Even worse would be seeing other people reap the rewards of their hard work. These people shouting crazily had no enmity with Long Chen, but they were acting like he had personally killed their parents. Just because Long Chen's position was higher than theirs, just because his light was too dazzling, they were excited to urge on his death. People with shadowed hearts always hide in the dark. In the darkness, they curse the world for not giving them what they want, as if the world owed them anything. It's not that the sunlight doesn't shine on them, but that they ignore the sunshine so that their hearts are preoccupied with darkness. Perhaps for them, hurting others is the only way for them to feel a sense of meaning in their lives. Long Chen's lips curled as he looked at the experts crazily shouting. His expression was one of apathy and disdain. Long Chen, if you have any conscience at all, you'll immediately kneel and let yourself be captured. Don't force me to kill you, said the Life Star expert. His spear was raised in the air, and a huge spear image had appeared in the sky. A terrifying aura had locked onto Long Chen. This Life Star expert was very powerful and was on the level of a sect master. Furthermore, he was using a terrifying ancestral item. With his full aura released, the crowd hastily fled further away. They all hid behind buildings that were protected by powerful formations. Furthermore, these formations were all linked together into a grand formation that covered the entire eastern Xuanhuan city. Even an ancestral item's attack could be blocked by the grand formation. There is yet to be someone qualified to make me lower my head, not even the heavens. As for you, who do you think you are? Long Chen sneered and continued walking forward. He had no intention of stopping. The reason he had revealed his true appearance was to announce his declaration of war to the eastern Xuanhuan region. If anyone wanted to kill him, they could come. Bastard, since you want to act so arrogant you can just die, the Life Star expert shouted, and his spear smashed down. Chapter 1481 Man Alone. Translator Born to Be. The terrifying spear crashed down, and countless experts peeped over their cover in order to personally witness Long Chen be killed. Boom! A huge pot appeared in front of Long Chen. The spear image crumbled into broken runes, and berserk chi waves surged out. The ground trembled intensely, and barriers appeared around the buildings. The barriers rippled as they were struck by the chi waves. However, this attack was too terrifying. The few buildings closest to the epicenter had their barriers broken, and the buildings were blown away. The experts hiding behind them were also sent flying, coughing up blood. The weaker ones were simply killed. Long Chen, how dare you kill the innocent? Don't blame me for being vicious to remove a scourge from the continent. The spear-wielding Life Star expert was shocked that Long Chen could block his attack. He immediately followed up with another. His goal was to crush Long Chen before he could run. That was because no one believed that Long Chen could have destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect with his power. He had to have used some kind of external power. In other words, he had to have some shocking treasure. Once he was killed, that treasure would have a new master. Although Long Chen was terrifying, they knew he was just a Jade core disciple. A treasure capable of destroying the heaven-suppressing magic sect was definitely a one-time use treasure. There were stories of peerless treasures that could unleash apocalyptic power regardless of the user's cultivation base. However, all those treasures required a long time to charge their energy after use. Due to Long Chen's weak cultivation base, there was no way he was qualified to use a divine item, so the chances of this hypothesis being correct were very high. So even though Long Chen had destroyed the heaven-suppressing magic sect, the true experts didn't feel much fear of him. Well, most importantly, opportunity lay in danger. Whoever could kill Long Chen would be able to take his treasures, so this powerful Life Star expert had come out first. He was now an experiment for other experts watching. After one shocking attack, another even more powerful attack came. He pushed his ancestral item to its full power. I look down on garbage like you the most. Even if you want to push it, those people who were killed died to both our attacks. The blame is equally split. But you want to push all the blame onto me. It's annoying that you still need to make up a pompous excuse when you want to kill me for my treasures, sneered Long Chen, once more smashing his pot. HMPH, quibbling is meaningless. You despicable fiend, if you had simply allowed yourself to be captured, how could those people have died? Just face your death, shouted the Life Star expert, a whistling sound ringing out as his spear reached Long Chen. If garbage like you is still alive in this world, then why would I die? You can die in my place. Suddenly, Long Chen's divine ring appeared. 5 colors filled the sky, blowing away the clouds. Boom, a heaven-shaking explosion was unleashed as Long Chen's pot met the Life Star expert's spear. The Life Star expert was smashed away. As for his ancestral item, it actually shattered. Half the Life Star expert's body was also gone with it, including the hand that had held the spear. An undefeatable will appeared, one that could even suppress the will of the heavenly Taos. Is this real? The experts hiding in the distance were all shocked. That was an ancestral item, but it had been destroyed by this seemingly ordinary pot. The Life Star expert's expression completely changed. His arrogant appearance vanished, and he turned to flee. Don't be in such a rush, I'll send you off. The Life Star expert had just turned when a lightning arrow pierced through his broken body. He died, with even his Yuan spirit exterminated. I Long Chen am right here. If anyone wants to kill me, then come. But remember, my temper's not very good. Anyone who attacks should be prepared to be killed. Long Chen put away his pot and continued walking along the path. In truth, Long Chen had long since noticed several extremely powerful auras amongst the crowd. They were Life Star experts. However, they were comparatively smarter, and not in a big rush like the spear-wielding Life Star expert who had just died. Because of the disturbance caused by this battle, all of the eastern Xuan city was thrown into chaos. Countless experts rushed over, but they didn't dare to get too close to Long Chen. They maintained a distance that could allow them to run at any time and not be affected by any shockwaves from a battle. Long Chen, you traitorous demon, so what if you're powerful? Do you think you can fight the entire righteous path on your own? Shouted someone from the crowd provokingly, but he refused to show himself. I never take the initiative to be enemies with others. It's always others who want to be enemies with me. As for your suspicions of my capabilities, you can absolutely come over and test it instead of shouting like a wild shrew in the crowd, sneered Long Chen. That person's dislikable voice continued, Long Chen, you're too arrogant. A traitor like you actually has the face to live in this world. Your face must be incredibly thick, your father and mother. As he spoke, his voice floated out strangely from different locations. Die? When he mentioned Long Chen's parents, Long Chen roared furiously. It was like the roar of a god shaking the land. Following his roar over 100 miles away, behind a certain building, a thin and monkey-like man's head exploded. His corpse fell from the sky. He was the one shouting just now. He hadn't expected that Long Chen's spiritual strength was boundless like an ocean. By the second time he had opened his mouth, Long Chen had pinpointed his location and directly killed him with spiritual strength transmitted through his voice. The monkey-like man was a soul transformation expert and wasn't particularly powerful. But for Long Chen to have killed him while he was concealing himself so well, everyone else's expressions changed. All the people wildly shouting from the crowd turned pale and shut their mouths. After doing evil things, you don't even permit others to criticize you. Long Chen, you're clearly just feeling guilty. Everyone was shocked that someone would still speak, and they hastily looked for the source of the voice, only to see a middle-aged man with a large gourd on his back. He had a long beard and looked to possess some immortal air. It's the master of Gourd Island. He actually came here. This person was the master of his own power, which was equal to a sect. He was a Life Star expert with great fame. The violet gold gourd on his back was his power's core ancestral item, and it was extremely powerful. His arrival caused an uproar. I never care if others want to falsely accuse me of things. Your insults are nothing more than the farts of dogs. I can't be bothered to care. But if someone insults my family, then they shouldn't blame me for being vicious. As for whether or not I have a guilty heart, it's not your concern. You want to kill me for my treasures, then come. You want to uphold justice, then come. You want to raise your fame, then come. Today, I'm walking to the end of this 10,000-mile road. I want to see if there's anyone capable of blocking my path, said Long Chen indifferently. As he spoke, Long Chen continued walking. The people in front of him all retreated, not daring to block him. "You're too arrogant. No wonder you destroy your own sect without giving an explanation to anyone," shouted the middle-aged man. "First, my arrogance is well known by the entire eastern Xuanhuan region. Second, why would I give any of you an explanation? You're already sure I destroyed my own sect, so what's the point of explaining? Rather than playing such senseless games, let's talk openly. What happened to my Xuanchen Dao sect is beyond your understanding. Whether you're greedy for my treasures or simply want to uphold justice, I don't care. But I'll just say this. I happen to have a belly full of anger right now with nowhere to release it. If anyone attacks me, they'd better be prepared to be killed," said Long Chen coldly. Long Chen had already walked several miles by now. The experts were parting around him wherever he went. "Long Chen, tell me, did you destroy the Xuanchen Dao sect? Are those rumors real or false?" Suddenly, a woman's cry rang out above the crowd. "Idiot, how could he admit to such a thing? He'll definitely say that he didn't. Who would believe him?" Before Long Chen could even reply, a man from the crowd sneered. Long Chen smiled. "You're right. Since you know they're rumors, you have the authority over whether you believe it or not. As for when you can't tell if a rumor is true or false, you should use your brain to think about it. What you hear is not necessarily true, and what you see isn't necessarily true either. So at that time, it will become apparent just how good a brain is to have. Unfortunately, many people don't have such a thing." The woman was startled. Long Chen hadn't directly answered her question, but the mocking in his eyes expressed everything. "I believe you wouldn't do something like that. Those rumors are definitely false," she shouted suddenly. "What nonsense! This woman's definitely Long Chen's companion. She was bought by Long Chen." Immediately, countless experts turned toward her furiously, cursing her, but her expression was still firm. Long Chen was also startled, and he halted. "Oh, how are you so sure?" "Because you are Long Chen, the top genius of our generation. I believe you were wrongly accused," she said confidently. "Long Chen, I support you. You definitely wouldn't do such a thing." Just at this time, another person shouted from a distance. Following that, quite a few people shouted along, agreeing with them. There were actually quite a few people supporting Long Chen, completely startling him. Chapter 1480, One Book of Death. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen was extremely surprised to see people supporting him. He wasn't friends with them, so he found it almost inconceivable. "Long Chen, I trust you. From the eastern wasteland to the central plains, you fought countless bloody battles, putting your life on the line to protect your brothers and sisters without even frowning. You're the pride of us backgroundless people. How could someone who cares so much about relationships destroy their own sect? You're definitely falsely accused," protested someone. In just his few years since arriving in the Central Plains, Long Chen had fought consecutive large battles that had shaken the entire eastern Xuan region. In particular, the battles of the Eastern Sea, the Grand Xia Ancient Nation, and Devil Spirit Mountain. Now, his name was known throughout the Eastern Xuan region. Long Chen had long since become an idol for disciples who came from ordinary backgrounds. Through his hard work, he had gone from an ordinary mortal to his current height. He had grown into a legend. Compared to those geniuses who relied on the power of their sect or the connections of their family, they felt more in touch with Long Chen and felt more admiration for him. It was just that compared to the experts who were jealous and thus resentful of him, they numbered far too few. "Bastards, you've all gone insane. Do you want to support a murderous devil? Do you want to die along with Long Chen?" roared someone at the people supporting Long Chen. "Thank you for your kindness. I'd ask that you no longer speak and back up a bit. It'd be best if you weren't splashed with blood." Long Chen cupped his fists to them. He didn't need their help. If they became too impassioned, they might draw the ire of others. If they were suddenly attacked by the crowd in a chaotic scene like this, he wouldn't be able to protect them. He'd feel guilty to kill the people who supported him, so he just needed them to back up. He didn't want their help. However, their cries did comfort his heart slightly. This slight feeling of warmth was especially touching in this particular situation. "Arrogant, stop right there. It's time for you to face your trial." The middle-aged man with the gourd suddenly vanished, appearing in front of Long Chen. "Your first sentence was right, so I won't retort it. Your second one will be decided by your power. As for your third sentence, someone who can put me on trial hasn't been born yet." Long Chen smiled coldly and continued advancing, going straight toward the middle-aged man. Long Chen's voice was full of confidence, and he was determined to advance regardless of any obstacles. That confidence made his words undoubtable. Arrogant brat, since you refuse to change your ways, don't blame me for being vicious. The middle-aged man smacked his gourd and its runes lit up. Rays of light shot out, transforming into millions of sharp blades. Each of these blades tore through space with an unpleasant screeching sound. The people spectating all felt a chill. The sharp aura coming from these blades made their skins turn cold. What a hypocrite. Whether or not I changed my ways, you would still attack, and as viciously as you could at that. If you want to attack, then just attack. Do you have to make up an excuse? Sneered Long Chen. He stamped down on the ground, flying into the air and smashing the pot down. The countless sharp blades were smashed apart by the pot. Those incredibly sharp swords were unable to damage this seemingly ordinary pot. That pot's definitely a priceless treasure. People stared at that pot with greed. HMPH, so what if you have a priceless treasure? How much spiritual yuan could you possibly have to use it with? Let me see how you plan to block my endless flying swords. The middle-aged man sneered, and an unending torrent of flying swords flew out of his gourd. He was actually fighting a battle of attrition with Long Chen. How shameless! The Grand Gourd Island Master is playing a game of attrition against a Jade Core disciple. If I were you, I would just kill myself out of shame, cried someone from the crowd. The middle-aged man's expression became extremely unsightly, but he acted like he didn't hear as he couldn't get distracted. In truth, the person shouting was not on Long Chen's side. Instead, it was simply a matter of a spectator wanting to see more excitement. He intentionally provoked the middle-aged man to make him fight at full power. If a Life-Star expert planned on slowly exhausting a Jade Core disciple to death, the battle would be boring. They wanted to watch an intense clash. To these people, whether it was the middle-aged man or Long Chen who died, it didn't matter. All they wanted was a fun fight to watch. That was because even if Long Chen was killed, the good stuff he was carrying wouldn't be theirs anyway. So their attitude was quite normal. They didn't dare to provoke Long Chen anymore, but they didn't mind provoking this middle-aged man. Long Chen enlarged the pot, forming a 30-meter shield in front of him. No matter how those flying swords attacked the pot wasn't harmed in the slightest. Instead, the flying swords exploded one by one. Just like that, Long Chen continued walking forward. The middle-aged man rained down the flying swords, but he began to retreat. The sky full of flying lights was impressive-looking, but he was unable to do anything to Long Chen. You dogshit island master is the only thing in your gourd shit. Do you only have this much ability? If you keep retreating, won't you retreat all the way out of the eastern Xuanhuan city? Mocked someone impatiently. By this time, news that Long Chen was here had spread out of the eastern Xuanhuan city, and its 4 transportation formations were constantly being activated as countless powers began to send people here. More and more Life-Star experts were arriving, and soul transformation experts were no longer even qualified to get close. They could only retreat into the distance. Shut up, I'm simply trying to capture Long Chen alive. Li Qingshan, don't act so pompous, roared the middle-aged man angrily. Even the Divine Wind Gate's master, Li Qingshan, has come. But why would he start arguing with that fellow as soon as he arrived? Wondered someone. It's nothing to be curious about. The two of them are rivals. Due to a mine, they've been going against each other for many years. Considering their enmity, insulting each other is simply natural, said an elder indifferently. This elder was also a Life-Star expert. Although he was on the verge of dying from old age, his eyes were still bright. This Long Chen really is a generation's genius. How could he possibly do something like destroying his own sect? It is really incomprehensible. Someone beside the elder shook his head. There are always 2 layers to a person's words. Even if a person believes what they're saying, is it really the truth? Who knows? The elder smiled slightly, but it was a bit contemptuous. The main issue is that Long Chen suddenly appeared here in the eastern Xuanhuan city, and it seems that he has no intention of fleeing. All the large powers will quickly arrive. Isn't he just asking to be killed? Someone else shook their head, unable to comprehend Long Chen. According to reason, a small disciple who grew up in the secular world and managed to reach such a height must be both smart and decisive, so this is really foolish. Or perhaps he has some other goal, wondered someone else. More and more experts were arriving, and flying boats were rushing over from every direction. Huge carriages appeared along with giant flying magical beasts circling the sky. Experts had surrounded the eastern Xuanhuan city so that there was no way for Long Chen to escape. Long Chen continued advancing with the pot in front of him, while the gourd-carrying middle-aged man continued to retreat as he attacked Long Chen. He had no idea that Long Chen wasn't wasting any energy at all defending against him. The pot's innate defenses were more than enough to block his flying swords. However, just as he was advancing, he received a spiritual transmission. "Do you need help?" Long Chen smiled when he received it. A certain face that he recognized surfaced in his mind. He had only seen this person once before, and it had been in the Grand Xia ancient nation. This person's name was Yue Mingxian. Long Chen called him the Seventh Elder. Back when Long Chen had seen him then, the Seventh Elder had only been at the Soul Transformation realm, but now he was at the Life Star realm. "Seventh Elder, it's been a long time. Is Xiaoqian still well? Has she come out of seclusion?" Long Chen sent back a spiritual message. "Xiaoqian has already come out of seclusion, and she has managed to awaken the original devil's sacred blood, giving her immense power. If you're in trouble now, then just say the word. My entire original devil race will come out in full force to fight for you," said the Seventh Elder as he hid in the crowd, using a secret art to communicate with Long Chen. "I don't need that yet. I'm intentionally drawing my enemies here. This time, I want all my enemies here in order to create the Book of Death," said Long Chen. "But, will you be all right?" asked the Seventh Elder. Although he was in the Life Star realm now, seeing all these powerful experts gathered here still gave him a chill. "I'm fine. Everything's going as expected. It's not good for you to be exposed yet, so continue developing in the dark. If there comes a day that I do need your help, I won't stand on courtesy," said Long Chen. "All right then." The Seventh Elder stealthily left. In just the short time that they had communicated, several nearby experts had sensed their spiritual fluctuations. "Q Yang, you're too useless. You can't even stop a Jade core disciple. But don't worry, we'll come to help you out." Suddenly, three figures charged toward Long Chen, all of them Life Star experts. Everyone instantly held their breath. Chapter 1482, Let the Festival of Carnage Begin. Translator Born to Be. Four Life Star experts were attacking Long Chen at the same time, along with four ancestral items. Blinding light and powerful pressure filled the world. "Long Chen, you are too arrogant. Are you looking down on all the heroes of the world? Today, you'll pay the price for your arrogance." A saber-wielding Life Star expert was the first to reach Long Chen. "You think you're the heroes of the world?" sneered Long Chen. As the pot blocked the attacks from the front, he turned around, sending out a single punch. Boom, a scale-covered fist smashed into the saber. Blinding light erupted. What? He blocked an ancestral item with his bare hands. Everyone was shocked, almost unable to believe their eyes. Ancestral items were immensely powerful. Only first-rate sects could possess them, and they would belong to the sect masters. But despite that, Long Chen had blocked an attack from an ancestral item with his bare hands. "In my eyes, you're all just garbage. The only difference between you is size." Long Chen suddenly sent out a kick at the saber-wielding expert's stomach. Horrified, the saber-wielding expert hastily pulled back his stomach. But by retreating like this, the power from his saber sharply dropped. Not good. He had only just reacted when the power behind Long Chen's fist suddenly exploded like a volcano. Boom, the Life Star expert almost lost his hold on his saber. The immense power sent him flying, and he hacked up a mouthful of blood. How is that possible? He beat him in one move. That's the sect leader of a first-rate sect. Is Long Chen really defying the heavens? Long Chen didn't know who that saber-wielding expert was, but there were quite a few who recognized him in the crowd. And because of that, they were so shocked. After sending him flying, Long Chen grabbed the pot. It explosively grew, and the sky suddenly turned dark. Boom, boom. Two ancestral items struck the pot, but the two attacking Life Star experts were blown back instead. Although they didn't cough up blood, their faces were pale from Long Chen's power. They had seen Long Chen fighting before they had joined in. But although they had been prepared, only once they personally attacked did they realize how terrifying Long Chen was. "That pot's definitely a priceless treasure. If he didn't have it, he'd be dead," grumbled someone in the crowd. At this moment, the pot became 3,000 meters wide and smashed toward the gourd-carrying Life Star expert like a shooting star. This attack was a complete shock for that expert. Long Chen had spun through the air just to store up energy for this attack. As the pot fell, space twisted wildly and intense rumbling rang out. The gourd-carrying Life Star expert's expression changed. In that instant, he felt himself being locked down and unable to dodge. Heaven and earth shaking gourd. He smacked the violet gold gourd on his back. It rapidly grew larger, and a vague aura of primal chaos appeared. It stood in front of him like a large mountain. Boom! Violet light exploded, covering the sky in violet mist. Heavens, the ancestral item was destroyed. Startled cries began to ring out from the Life Star experts. Their vision was the sharpest, and they instantly realized that the violet mist was the broken powder of the violet gold gourd. That gourd was the core weapon of Gourd Island. It possessed an extremely ancient history. Countless generations of island masters had nourished it, and ordinary ancestral items could not be compared to it. Even Life Star experts, as long as they don't have the heavenly Tao energy of Empyreans, can only release a limited amount of power from an ancestral item, thought Long Chen to himself. In the spirit world, when he had fought against Peng Wansheng, the latter had managed to unleash the full power of his ancestral item, causing the pot to crack. It had taken quite some time for it to recover. As for the enemies he was currently fighting, although they were Life Star experts and powerful celestials, they were not Empyreans. There was a large difference in the power that they could unleash from their ancestral items when compared to Peng Wansheng. Now Long Chen realized that the greater a person's heavenly Tao energy, the more power they could unleash from an ancestral item. As for cultivation base, it was a basic requirement for using an ancestral item. But heavenly Tao energy could cause a fundamental change in the ancestral item. Don't be in such a rush to leave. Let me send you off, said Long Chen. The Life Star expert whose gourd had just exploded felt like his head was splitting apart. He let out a mournful wail as he retreated. Perhaps it was due to the implications of having his ancestral item that was intricately linked to his soul destroyed, but he had lost his sense of direction. Instead of retreating in the opposite direction of Long Chen, he ended up going to Long Chen's left. Long Chen swung his pot once more, and the Life Star expert was struck squarely in the center of his body, exploding. At the same time as his body exploded, his Yuan spirit attempted to flee. But before it could get far, Long Chen raised his left hand and pointed a single finger. Thunder crackled. Lightning finger. A lightning arrow shot from Long Chen's finger, piercing the Life Star expert's Yuan spirit. A miserable cry came from him as his Yuan spirit exploded to dust. Long Chen bound the pot on his back and began to set off again, continuing his slow pace down the street. He acted like he didn't even see the three shocked Life Star experts behind him. This is too arrogant. All three Life Star experts had unsightly expressions. They were trembling from rage at being looked down on like this. They were all people with great statuses, but Long Chen was completely ignoring them. The young disciples in support of Long Chen were all clenching their fists, filled with worship and zealotry. They were people with ordinary backgrounds and ordinary cultivation bases. But these people all had dreams. They had dreamed of becoming someone like Long Chen countless times, becoming someone who could reach the peak of the cultivation world without relying on any background. They were still young. They still had hope for their lives. Long Chen was their goal and their idol. Now, even with practically all the Eastern Xuanhuan region's experts gathered, Long Chen was still walking calmly, treating all those experts as nothing more than thin air. Just how domineering was that? 3 experts on the level of sect masters were holding their weapons, trembling with fury. But they were still hesitating, not daring to attack Long Chen. They were a stark contrast from the fearless Long Chen. Long Chen truly appeared to be an undefeatable battle god who had come to walk the streets of the mortal world. No one could stop his footsteps. An incense stick's worth of time quickly passed. Long Chen had already passed the center of the eastern Xuanhuan city. He was now heading toward a transportation formation near the city gates. The streets, the buildings, the air, they were all filled with countless experts silently watching him progress. But no one came to stop him. Fuck, what are you all waiting for? Long Chen is intentionally trampling on the dignity of all the experts of the Eastern Xuanhuan region. If we just let him leave, he'll create another legend. All the Eastern Xuanhuan region's experts are unable to block him. Are you willing to accept such humiliation? He's just a traitor who destroyed his own sect, a devil who slaughters friend and foe. As for you all, aren't you envoys of justice? Don't you even have the courage to stop him? If you let Long Chen peacefully walk out of the Eastern Xuanhuan region, it'll become the greatest humiliation of your lives, roared a Life Star expert. This Life Star expert's roar ended up startling awake quite a few people. This was true. Long Chen was doing this to intimidate all the Eastern Xuanhuan region's experts. If they let him do as he pleased, none of them would ever be able to walk with their heads raised again. To be frightened to the point of not even being able to muster the courage to block a Jade core disciple, the Eastern Xuanhuan region would become the laughingstock of the Central Plains. He's right, don't have any misgivings. We're all warriors of the righteous path, and our mission is to eliminate devils. For righteousness, for justice, for the Eastern Xuan region's peace and unity, we definitely can't allow Long Chen to walk out alive. A life-star expert who seemed to be from the righteous path, wearing sapphire blue robes and a scholar's band, suddenly walked out and shouted, his voice full of bewitching power. We can't let Long Chen leave alive. Long Chen must die, otherwise what would happen to justice, righteousness? All sect master-level experts attacked together. Slay this devil for the Eastern Xuan region. Countless experts began to roar, and a terrifying pressure filled the air. In the distance, there were several large war chariots with magical beasts pulling them. They were all terrifying 11th-rank magical beasts. Yet they simply stopped in the air, silently watching what was happening here. The war chariots had formations present that blocked people from seeing who was inside. The people in the city were all waiting for them to attack, but the people inside the war chariots never made a move. The people in the city could no longer wait. Long Chen, you heinous fiend, today will be the day of your death. Over 10 Life Star experts attacked. At the same time, more Life Star experts behind them rushed over. All the experts with weaker cultivation bases retreated, afraid of being caught up in it. At this moment, dozens of Life Star experts surrounded Long Chen, blocking off all his paths of retreat. You should think this through. I'll warn you one last time. Those who attack me will have to pay a terrifying price. Long Chen slowly stopped, looking coldly at the experts attacking him. Arrogant brat, why don't you say those words to the dead people of the Xuanhuan Dao sect? A sword-wielding Life Star expert sneered and attacked Long Chen. He was an enemy of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and Long Chen recognized him. He had once come with Pill Valley to threaten the Xuanhuan Dao sect. I've already said what I had to say. Now, it's time to do what I have to do. Long Chen stamped down on the ground. Lightning wings appeared on his back, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed as he went to greet that expert. Let the festival of carnage begin. Blood splashed. Chapter 1483, finally. Translator born to be. The pot blocked the Life Star expert's sword, while a lightning blade suddenly appeared and slashed through his body. The immense power directly cut him in two. Previously, Long Chen had been using the pot as his weapon. For him to switch to a sudden lightning blade caught this person off guard, and he was struck. Save me, the Life Star expert cried out in horror. Terrifying thunder force invaded his body, paralyzing him. He couldn't even run. Most terrifying of all, his heavenly Tao energy was actually unable to suppress this thunder force. Filled with terror, he begged to be saved. What saved him was Long Chen's lightning blade. It clearly cut off his head, saving him from his current predicament. As he killed this Life Star expert, 3 other attacks reached him. However, they were too slow to save him. Long Chen, who could believe you didn't destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect when you're so vicious? Raged an expert. I've already explained that whether or not you want to believe me is your own problem. But if you want to kill me, do you expect me to not attack back? Attacking me is simply natural, but me attacking you becomes vicious. Fuck your mother, just die. Long Chen roared and smashed with the pot, shattering the 3 attacks. Thunder force circulated on his feet, and he charged toward the person who had cursed him for being vicious. A lightning blade slashed down. Boom, that expert resisted with his full power, and his ancestral item staff was activated. But he was shocked to find that Long Chen was even more powerful than he had imagined. His lightning blade was not one whit inferior to an ancestral item. But suddenly, the lightning blade exploded into a skyfall of lightning runes. Not good. That person's expression completely changed. When the lightning blade exploded into runes, they transformed into a lightning net that trapped him. He smashed his staff into the lightning net to break free, but at this moment, Long Chen's pot came smashing at him. Bang! Long Chen's great physical strength was put on full display. That Life Star expert could only make a hasty block, but the lightning net was also numbing his body and affecting his power. The power of this block was less than 80% of his normal power, and as a result, his head was smashed by the pot. His Yuan spirit didn't even have a chance to flee before Thunder Force devoured it, killing him. Another Life Star expert was slain, and his ancestral item was taken by Long Chen. That's terrifying. Whether it was those jealous of Long Chen, those who worshipped him, or whether they were purely experts who had come to watch the fun, they were all shocked. A total of 38 Life Star experts had attacked at the same time, but in the first clash, Long Chen killed 2 of them. Originally, they had thought that Long Chen wouldn't even be able to last a breath's time when surrounded by 38 Life Star experts. But now Long Chen had used his Thunder Force to kill 2 of them. That was outside everyone's predictions. Boom! Long Chen received the attack of 5 Life Star experts at once, and their combination attack ended up blowing Long Chen away. As he was knocked back, a sharp sword appeared where he was going. It stabbed through his back all the way to the hilt. The attacker was an extremely experienced expert who had first calculated Long Chen's path and placed his sword where Long Chen wouldn't see it, just waiting for Long Chen to be thrown onto it. That was why Long Chen wouldn't sense anything, and the moment he was struck, the power accumulated in the sword would burst forth. No matter how fast Long Chen's reflexes were, there was no way he could do anything. The majority of the people were about to cheer that Long Chen was definitely dead. There was also a small portion that sighed in regret and some who tightly clenched their fists. They were Long Chen's worshippers. If he died, the legend in their hearts would be destroyed. They couldn't accept that reality. Long Chen, you finally paid the price for your foolishness and arrogance. Remember, youngsters shouldn't be too arrogant. The master of the sword sneered. His body felt a bit numb, but he didn't pay attention to it. If they weren't arrogant, would they still be youngsters? Are they supposed to be like an old ghost like you, only knowing how to play little tricks? Long Chen didn't turn back. He looked at the sword piercing out of his chest with a faint smile. At this moment, a startled cry rang out from the distance. But everyone was focused on the stabbed Long Chen, so they didn't care. Even before your death, you refused to repent. Then you can just die, sneered that person. The power within his sword erupted, but his expression suddenly changed as he found that the energy in his body had been sucked dry. He couldn't bring out the slightest bit of power. Do you know, when you scheme against others, others also scheme against you. Old ghost, remember, arrogant people have the power to back it up. Those arrogant people without the power to back it up have long since died, said Long Chen indifferently. That Life Star expert looked down in horror. At some unknown time, a lightning spear had appeared in Long Chen's hand. This lightning spear had stabbed through the expert's stomach without him even realizing it. There was no pain, only a slightly numb feeling. Even if he wasn't staring right at it, he wouldn't even notice. You! Only at this moment did he suddenly recall that he had felt the tiniest twitch in his abdomen when his sword had stabbed through Long Chen. It had to have been at that time that he had been struck. This lightning spear wasn't very long, and it hadn't pierced through his body. However, it had pierced his dantian, which was the source of his energy. Although he had stabbed Long Chen, he was unable to unleash his power. Old ghost, we're all busy, so I won't say too many words of goodbye. I'll just send you off. Bang! The lightning spear suddenly grew, and the Life Star expert exploded. Now everyone else finally saw the lightning spear in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen forced the sword out of his chest and threw it into the primal chaos space. With the pot present, once the master of an ancestral item was slain, the ancestral item wouldn't even dare to resist. Ace, another one. The spectators gulped. At first, they had felt that Long Chen was doomed. They hadn't thought that he had intentionally taken this sword in order to kill that Life Star expert. What a terrifying scheme. His body was pierced by an ancestral item. There's no way he can heal quickly. Attacked together, he won't be able to last much longer. Following one expert's cry, the others attacked once more. They had noticed that Long Chen's injury had yet to recover. Clearly, taking that attack hadn't been so simple. He was very likely heavily injured. The experts once more attacked, and the power of ancestral items raged through the air. Long Chen held the pot in his left hand and a lightning blade in his right, fighting against them all alone. His power was extremely terrifying, and each smash of his pot required several people to work together to receive it. As for his lightning blade, its thunder force meant that anyone who tried to receive it alone would be paralyzed and fall into an extremely dangerous position. So all these experts had to work together for both offense and defense. But as people on the level of first-rate sect masters, they were used to fighting alone. They rarely worked together with anyone, resulting in them being thrown into chaos as Long Chen swept through them. Another Life Star expert was slain by Long Chen's lightning blade, but that revealed an opening that allowed someone else to stab a spear through Long Chen's ribs. Fresh blood flowed out. This Long Chen, why isn't he healing? Seeing Long Chen be repeatedly injured but not heal made people feel curious. Do you not remember? Long Chen isn't a celestial and can't use heavenly Tao energy to heal, said someone else. As soon as someone said this, everyone recalled that Long Chen wasn't a celestial. He was some sort of cultivation oddity. Back then, Pill Valley had accused him of being a heaven Caesar, but that was later proven to be false. So in the end, he was simply known as a freak of the cultivation world. His divine ring was out, but there wasn't the slightest bit of heavenly Tao energy circulating within it. They quickly concluded that without heavenly Tao energy, he wouldn't be able to heal the injuries left by ancestral items, and so he would be quickly defeated. Everyone don't panic. As long as we exhaust him, he'll definitely die, he reminded a thin elder. Watch out! Just at this moment, Long Chen borrowed his momentum from someone else's attack to spin toward the thin elder, his lightning blade mercilessly slashing down. Due to the distraction of speaking, the elder could only receive it head-on. As long as he blocked this one attack, the others would come to assist him. Regretfully, Long Chen's lightning blade immediately transformed into lightning runes on contact with the thin elder's weapon, forming a net that bound him. It's over for him. The spectators couldn't help sighing. Long Chen had previously used this move to kill another Life Star expert. This was a scoundrel move with practically no solution. As expected, no matter how that person struggled, he was still killed by the pot. However, the others were prepared this time. Just as that person was killed, several of them unleashed fierce attacks on Long Chen. However, their goal of stopping Long Chen from killing the thin expert hadn't worked out. Long Chen had struck first, killing him and then turning to block their attacks. But of course, that meant he was late to block, and so he was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Quick now, kill him! Seeing Long Chen coughing up blood and being covered in injuries, more and more experts joined in. Long Chen fell into a desperate situation in an instant. Just as Long Chen was going all out blocking their attacks, a sword appeared in his blind spot. At that moment, space froze. "Ha, you finally come." Long Chen laughed thunderously. Golden flames exploded out of his body. Chapter 1484, Blasphemer of the Killing God. Translator, born to be. Long Chen smiled coldly as flames exploded out of him. A figure materialized within the flames. "Shameful thing, I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as that figure appeared, the sword that was mysteriously hanging in midair turned, abandoning its attack and suddenly stabbing into the air. The sword pierced outright as Long Chen's pot smashed down at it. Neither of their attacks was aimed at the other. Instead, they were simply aimed at the air. It was like they were randomly striking. The figure holding the sword solidified. The sword strangely bent and then sprung back, allowing him to retreat. Just as he retreated, the seemingly random swing of Long Chen's pot blocked off his path. It seemed to be coincidentally smashing right where he was going. The figure twisted in midair, using some unknown secret art to summon a barrier. Long Chen's pot smashed into the barrier, causing it to quiver. In the end, the barrier exploded, but the pot's power had been reduced to the point where the figure merely coughed up a mouthful of blood. As he was exposed, his manifestation appeared along with him. People cried out in shock. 9 flowers manifest the heavenly Taos. It's a rank 9 celestial. It's an assassin from the Bloodco Hall. Long Chen actually managed to find his tracks and stop his assassination. Aren't there rank 9 celestials violet gold rank assassins? Isn't it said that they never fail? But now he just did. It seems Long Chen was long since prepared for him. Could it be that he has yet to release his full power? You think you can leave after trying to assassinate me? It's still daylight, so stop dreaming. The assassin turned to leave, but at this moment, Long Chen's lightning blade, which had long since been raised toward the sky, mercilessly slashed down. Split the heavens 4. With Long Chen's current power, the 4th form of Split the Heavens could be unleashed instantaneously by him. And after fighting with the Bloodco Hall assassins for so long, he had a certain level of understanding in their movement techniques. He had completely cut off his path of retreat. The Bloodco Hall assassin's sword suddenly blossomed with light. It was an ancestral item, and an extremely powerful one at that. Divine light appeared around it, blocking Long Chen's attack. Die! The Bloodco Hall assassin's sword shattered Long Chen's lightning blade and then curved, striking at him like a venomous snake from a bizarre angle. A rank 9 soul transformation celestial is truly powerful, but if you want to kill me, then it's still the same thing. Stop dreaming. Long Chen's pot grew, protecting him. With an explosive sound, the assassin's sword left a long scar on the pot, and Long Chen was sent flying. The power a rank 9 celestial could unleash from an ancestral item was even greater than these powerful life star experts. Attack, kill Long Chen. For an assassin of the Bloodco Hall to appear out of nowhere was surprising, but the life star experts didn't let that stop them. Considering the Bloodco Hall's enmity with Long Chen, it wasn't strange. They attacked once more. They had been forcing Long Chen into desperate straits, and now that the assassin had joined in, killing Long Chen would be simple. His pot can't last any longer. Quick! A sharp-eyed expert saw the scar on the pot. All their previous efforts hadn't managed to damage the pot at all, but the assassin damaged it instantly. If he continued attacking, the pot wouldn't be able to last much longer. HMPH, idiots, you'll pay the price for your idiocy. If you want my life, then come. Long Chen shouted fearlessly, and he swung his pot even fiercer than before, his power exploding. He's afraid. Everyone kill this fiend together. Boom! Long Chen just sent a group of life star experts flying when the Bloodco Hall's assassin once more attacked. He timed it perfectly before Long Chen could summon any more power. As a result, Long Chen could only move the pot to block, and he was sent flying, another deep cut appearing on the pot. He's running, stop him, cried an expert. Long Chen had summoned lightning wings and was starting to fly toward the center of the city. Long Chen, weren't you so courageous just now? Weren't you very domineering? But now you're running like a stray dog. You're just a piece of garbage, roared a life star expert as he energetically chased. For Long Chen to suddenly start running was surprising, but then they felt that it was simply natural. His display was already shocking enough. A Jade core disciple was actually able to fight against powerful life star experts with ancestral items for so long, and even managed to kill several of them. That was admirable. Long Chen, you traitor of your own sect, you irredeemable fiend, you won't be able to get away. The life star experts quickly caught up to him. Long Chen was flying strangely, sometimes going left and then suddenly going right. Occasionally, he would fight a brief bout before flying away again. Some people were startled to notice that as Long Chen rushed away, he had his eyes closed. They didn't know what he was doing. Long Chen flitted around the eastern Xuanhuan city, seeming like he was playing an energetic game of manhunt, and he was too fast for them to surround him again. Some of them directly gave up on chasing, and instead formed a large formation around him to limit his area of movement. I've found it. Long Chen's eyes suddenly shot open. They shone brightly as he stared at a large building ahead of him. It was a large and tall building decorated in gold and jade. It was very grand, but when it was placed in a place of soaring skyscrapers like the eastern Xuanhuan city, it wasn't eye-catching at all. The experts chasing Long Chen saw him suddenly stop in front of this large building. They immediately launched a barrage of attacks. Long Chen, face your death. Over 10 life star experts had launched attacks with their ancestral items. This kind of power was practically world-shaking, and it was all concentrated on Long Chen. Fuck, stop! The Bloodco Hall assassin suddenly let out a panicked cry. It was too late. The life star experts' attacks shot out. There were giant swords, flying spears, divine light, and rainbow strikes. They all combined together to form a domain of absolute death. Boom! Their combined attack devoured Long Chen. At the same time, it also struck the giant building behind him. No, the Bloodco Hall assassin let out a furious roar. The giant building exploded, filling the sky with broken bits. This statue is. When the dust settled, Long Chen had vanished. Instead, what they saw was a giant statue 3,000 meters tall. It depicted a man wearing black robes and long hair falling naturally. He held 2 daggers in his hands. His body was slightly bent, and his daggers were striking out in front of him. They flickered with a sharp light, looking like they might reap a person's life at any time. He was the reaper of lives. Just looking at him made others feel pain in their souls. The air felt chilly, with an aura of death present. This is the killing god statue. The spectators covered their mouths, staring in shock. Could this be the Bloodco Hall's stronghold in the eastern Xuanhuan city? It was actually exposed. The Bloodco Hall was a secret organization that didn't accept outsiders. Even the missions for assassinations had to pass through their secret strongholds. All this time, no one had heard of them having a stronghold here. It had to be known that the Bloodco Hall only cared about money, not relations. Countless powers were filled with hatred for them, but the Bloodco Hall was too mysterious, and no one knew where their lairs were. Most importantly, they were so powerful that no one was willing to provoke them. If a stronghold of theirs were to be exposed, that stronghold would be doomed. The Bloodco Hall had offended practically every sect in some way, and now that people knew there was a stronghold in the eastern Xuanhuan city, it was doomed. The combination attack had destroyed the building, but the statue was still standing, not harmed at all. It was unknown how it had been built, especially in the middle of the eastern Xuanhuan city. It had to have taken an extremely long time to build in this location, so this had to be their stronghold in the eastern Xuanhuan city. There was no other reason to have something of this scale here otherwise. Countless experts flew out of the building once it exploded. They all wore tight black robes. Cold killing intent burned in their eyes as they glared at the experts outside. They were all tightly clenching the swords on their backs, looking like they might slaughter all of them at any moment. There were actually hundreds of people from the Bloodco Hall, and all of them were extremely terrifying. The majority were Life Star experts, with a few soul transformation experts in between. As for those with weaker cultivation bases, there wasn't a single one. Some people stealthily looked at the ruins below and saw a mass of corpses. Clearly, the weaker ones had already died. Now a mass of terrifying assassins had appeared, and the experts that had just attacked all retreated, terrified. They saw the killing intent in these assassins' eyes. They looked like they might go insane. Blasphemers of the killing god will die. One of the Bloodco Hall's Life Star experts, who seemed to be the overseer of this place, glared at these experts that had brought calamity upon themselves. Will we really die? I want to try it out. Just at this moment, a lazy voice rang out, causing everyone to look up in shock. Up on the shoulder of the killing god statue was a man with a black saber on his shoulder and a mocking smile. He slashed that saber at the killing god's neck. Chapter 1485, Cutting Off the Head. Translator, Born to Be. People had been too shocked to see the statue of the killing god. They hadn't expected that the Bloodco Hall would have a secret stronghold right in the middle of the eastern Xuanhuan city. They only noticed Long Chen once he spoke. Compared to the giant statue, he appeared incredibly minuscule. He was like an ant on its shoulder. At this moment, a cold saber image hacked toward the killing god statue's neck. He's been sane. This action of Long Chen's shocked people more than all the previous fighting. Even Life Star experts felt a chill. Long Chen, you dare. The Bloodco Hall experts all roared crazily, but it was too late for them to stop him. They were correct. Long Chen did dare. He didn't hesitate at all. A large head flew into the air. The flow of time seemed to pass slowly, as people stared at the head flipping through the air. The Bloodco Hall's experts were all pale. Their faces were twisted with hatred. Long Chen, ah Long Chen, your skill in provoking disaster is truly unrivaled. In the distance, Zheng Wenlong was standing on the Huiyuan auction house's top floor. He wasn't too far from the killing god statue, which allowed him to see what Long Chen was doing clearly. He bitterly smiled. This Long Chen really is attempting to defy the heavens. That one slash of his saber is going to make the Bloodco Hall go insane, said a white-robed elder beside Zheng Wenlong. There were also a dozen more Life Star experts accompanying Zheng Wenlong. Their auras were reserved, making them look like ordinary people. But a sharp light was hidden in their eyes, like needles hidden in silk. They were all powerful figures. They were Zheng Wenlong's guards in charge of his safety. Zheng Wenlong had already been promoted to the highest-level supervisor of the Huiyuan sect in the eastern Xuanhuan region. The Huiyuan sect would naturally worry about his safety. Leader of these people was the white-robed elder. He seemed to not possess any aura at all. It was difficult to even sense his presence. He continued, I heard that Long Chen once destroyed one of the Bloodco Hall's strongholds in the eastern wasteland, causing them to send experts to assassinate him over and over. But now it's different. This is Bloodco Hall's main stronghold in the eastern Xuanhuan region, and that statue has their concentrated faith energy. Not only has Long Chen blasphemed their god, but he's also destroyed a portion of their faith energy. Now he's really provoked a disaster. Zheng Wenlong needed his temples. He felt a slight headache. In my years of doing business, I'm able to get a general understanding of what people are thinking inside with just a look. But when it comes to this fellow, I've never been able to see through him. I can't see what he's thinking. Do we need to secretly help Long Chen leave here? Probed the white-robed elder after a moment's thought. Zheng Wenlong shook his head. The sect master will not permit us to interfere in matters beyond our bounds. We'll have to keep watching quietly. At this time, the head that Long Chen had cut off finally thudded to the ground. Curiously, the statue, which had been incredibly tough before its head was cut off, now suddenly dimmed. The head splintered and crumbled to dust. Following the head, cracks spread throughout the rest of the statue and it crumbled. Thanks to its destruction, a divine pool was revealed below it. Damn, there's actually a heaven and earth divine spring here too. Long Chen's eyes immediately turned green with greed. Without saying another word, he reached out a hand, and the divine spring surged toward him. He sucked it into the primal chaos space in an instant. There was even more energy in this one than the heaven-suppressing magic sect. The heaven-suppressing magic sect had been one of the three great heavenly sects, while this was just the eastern Xuanhuan branch of the Blood Hall, but it still possessed such an enormous heaven and earth divine spring. Long Chen, you've blasphemed our god and destroyed our stronghold. The Blood Hall will not rest until you are dead, roared a Life Star expert from the Blood Hall. He charged at Long Chen with overflowing killing intent. The rest of the Blood Hall's experts also attacked. Sword Chi filled the sky, piercing through the void. They sealed all the space around Long Chen. Good, it would be best if there was no rest until death. Not only did you attack me from the eastern wasteland all the way to the central plains, but you almost killed Chu Yao. Today, we'll add this new enmity on top of our old enmity and settle it all together. Long Chen was just as infuriated as them. He thought of how Chu Yao would have died to the Blood Hall's assassins if it hadn't been for Leng Yuan. Now they wanted to say that they wouldn't rest until he was dead. He had long since felt that way toward them. Black light suddenly blossomed from Evil Moon, and he slashed it forward. Evil Moon now looked like a blade of slaughter that had come from hell. This one slash caused heaven and earth to tremble. A 3,000-meter saber image shot out, and black light covered the sky. It revealed all the Blood Hall's assassins that were trying to sneak up on him. What terrifying killing intent, people cried out, because in that instant their souls quivered with pain. That killing intent was enough to make them feel fear. A black ripple spread through the air, killing many of the Blood Hall's assassins. They were unable to endure this attack. The black saber image killed hundreds of the Blood Hall's experts, leaving less than 20 behind. They had relied on their ancestral items to survive, but that powerful attack was like an ice-cold bucket of water over their heads. Their anger and hatred were suppressed by fear. Long Chen didn't press the attack. Instead, he swung Evil Moon so that it rested on his shoulder. One man and one saber, both overflowing with killing intent, both decked in black. The current Long Chen looked like a reaper of lives come from hell. Everyone quivered as they stared at him. The experts who had previously attacked him all felt terrified. Only now did they realize that Long Chen hadn't used his real power against them. He had led them all around in order to search for the Blood Hall's stronghold. As soon as this Blood Hall assassin had appeared, Long Chen had felt something was wrong. His power was extremely strange, and it didn't feel like his own power. It was more like he was borrowing some other kind of power. That was what had allowed him to injure the pot. That was when Long Chen had grown suspicious. The second time that assassin had damaged the pot, Long Chen was sure that he was borrowing some kind of energy and that it was coming from nearby. The tiniest traces were captured by the 9-star Hegemon body art as he had flown throughout the city. He had baited the assassin to attack him to confirm which direction the energy was coming from, and in the end, he had found the killing god statue. That rank 9 celestial had managed to borrow the slightest bit of the faith energy to increase his attack power. He had never expected that this was simply inviting trouble for himself. The sight of the current Long Chen made people quiver, but there was also a portion of people that felt their hot blood surging. The stronger and more valiant Long Chen appeared, the more they worshipped him. Some maidens in the springtime of their youth were staring at him with adoration. The current sight of Long Chen being unrivaled was a powerful visual impact. It possessed a fatal attraction to these young women. Some young disciples were still filled with hope for their dreams, and they viewed Long Chen as their goal. They longed to also be like Long Chen and one day look down on all other powerful geniuses as nothing. Everyone's gazes were concentrated on Long Chen. Some gazes were worshipful and admiring, while some were jealous and frightened. There was a wide range of emotions. The black ripples coming from Evil Moon increased the visual effect. Staring at the remaining Blood Hall experts, Long Chen sneered, "Don't you say that anyone that's been born is a sinner, so that makes it all right for you to kill them. When they die, they simply return to the killing god's embrace. Then why do you look so shocked and frightened now? Could it be that your belief isn't devout enough? Or is that inside you still fear death? Or perhaps you've had doubts in the principles of the killing god from the start, so you're greedy for life? Or have you done so many evil things that you're finally feeling guilt and fear? Is that why you want to live so badly? Sinner, don't bother trying to delude others. Today, you'll definitely die. No one can blaspheme the killing god. The leader of this group of Blood Hall assassins charged at Long Chen once more, and the survivors followed. Over 10 ancestral items lit up and attacked. A group of brainwashed idiots. You're just killing tools being used by someone else. You'll never understand the true meaning of life. Since you have no gratitude for life and no respect for death, you're just a pack of idiots. Long Chen raised Evil Moon and a black saber image tore into the sky, split the heavens four. This time, Long Chen wasn't using the lightning blade, but Evil Moon's body. That black saber image somehow gave off the impression of a bloodthirsty fiend with a cold smile as it slashed down. Chapter 1486 Top Experts Arrive. Translator Born to Be. Black chi filled the air as the huge saber image slashed down. The experts of the Blood Hall were all blown away despite launching their own powerful attacks. They all coughed up blood. Even together, they were unable to receive his attack. Why does using just the fourth form of Split the Heavens take so much spiritual yuan? Evil Moon, are you messing with me? Demanded Long Chen. Fuck off. The heavenly Daos reject me, so using my body to unleash battle skills will naturally take more energy than with ordinary weapons. Furthermore, you yourself are also not liked by the heavenly Daos. You're even more unwelcome than I am. So in this world, it naturally takes you more spiritual yuan to unleash battle skills, answered Evil Moon irritably. Long Chen could unleash the fourth form of Split the Heavens instantaneously, and the amount of spiritual yuan's cost was almost negligible. But when he used it with Evil Moon, he found that it took over 10 times the amount of energy than when he used it with an ancestral item. After all, it wasn't the fifth form, so Long Chen couldn't understand why it would take this much energy, so he simply assumed it was something done by Evil Moon. But in the spirit world, it didn't take this much energy. The stronger you grow, the more the world rejects you. I'm very curious just what you did to enrage the heavens for them to reject you even more than me, said Evil Moon. Evil Moon's words made Long Chen's heart turn cold. If what it was saying was true, then this was going to be difficult to bear. However, now wasn't the time to consider this problem. After blowing away the Blood Hall experts, Long Chen took a single step with lightning runes on his feet. He appeared in front of a certain someone and slashed his saber down. That person was the rank 9 Celestial of the Blood Hall, the one at the peak of the soul transformation realm. Although his cultivation base was the lowest amongst these assassins, his power was the greatest. Long Chen chose him as his main target. Boom! That rank 9 Celestial sword blazed with light, but this ancestral item instantly shattered when Long Chen's saber struck it. Both his arms broke, and he violently hacked up blood. Let me send you to your god. After breaking his ancestral item, Long Chen sent a kick to his head. Lightning flashed, and that person was blown into blood mist, his yuan spirit killed as well. Even rank 9 Celestials can be killed. This is my first time seeing a rank 9 Celestial get killed. This Long Chen is really vicious. Rank 9 Celestials were pampered by the heavens and supported by great karmic luck. Although people had heard of rank 9 Celestials dying, almost no one here had personally seen a rank 9 Celestial die. Now that they saw Long Chen kill a rank 9 Celestial, they were all shocked. Furthermore, he was only at the Jade core realm, and the rank 9 Celestial had been at the peak of the soul transformation realm. This was truly heaven-defying. Long Chen, just wait. One of the remaining soul transformation experts of the Blood Hall had just turned to flee when a streak of lightning arrived in front of him. He was killed with a slash of a saber. Long Chen, we can no longer exist under the same sky. Just wait, you'll pay the price for your foolishness. A soul transformation expert who had already fled into the distance was quickly caught and killed by Long Chen. After killing 2 soul transformation experts, the other experts of the Blood Hall had all fled, and there was no way for him to chase them. Long Chen swung his saber, destroying the remnants of the Blood Hall's stronghold. He then once more rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. He was slightly out of breath, and his aura was a bit unstable. This was a normal reaction after fighting all out. However, his terrifying power had shaken everyone. They were all hiding in the distance, staring at him in horror. The Grand Blood Hall's stronghold had been destroyed, and all those experts had been slain, with only 10-odd people managing to escape. Just how vicious was that? Seeing the Blood Hall's experts flee, Zheng Wenlong suddenly said, "Send people to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's branch sects in the Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Source. Have them temporarily take asylum within the Huyun sect." You're worried that Yes, the Bloodco Hall might have their faith, but that faith has no bottom line. They're capable of anything. Go and make sure they're safe. Protecting the family of my clients isn't against the business Tao, said Zheng Wenlong. Zheng Wenlong understood the Bloodco Hall even better than Long Chen. These people didn't care about morality or principles. They had no bottom line. Now that Long Chen had destroyed their eastern Xuanhuan region's stronghold, they were capable of doing anything in their fury. So Zheng Wenlong was helping Long Chen out with the consequences. He understood the Bloodco Hall and their history of bloody vengeance. The Bloodco Hall had done many similar things in the past. At that time, there were many sects that had had their geniuses assassinated by the Bloodco Hall, and in their fury, those sects had moved out in full force to heavily damage the Bloodco Hall. Then after that, the Bloodco Hall had carried out a bloody vengeance, and all those sects had their young, old, women and children killed. Even babies still in the crib were killed. They were extremely cruel. Now on his own, Long Chen had killed this many disciples of the Bloodco Hall. That might be even greater than the damage the Bloodco Hall had taken back then. Their vengeance would very likely be greater in scale. Yes, I'll go right now. One of the Life Star experts immediately left. Other than that, have the arrangements for the others been completed? Asked Zheng Wenlong. Yes, it's all done. We have people from all angles and we haven't missed anything. All the people who attacked Long Chen have been recorded. We'll give him the complete list when this is over. Ah, only now do I realize why he wanted us to make such a list. He's going to settle things with them after this. One of the Life Star experts sighed and shook his head. At first, none of them had understood what Long Chen's goal was right now. But seeing him cut off the killing god statue's head and take the heaven and earth divine spring, they thought of a certain possibility that gave them chills. Does anyone else want to come and kill me under the banner of justice? Come, let me see whether your life is harder than my blade. Long Chen took a deep breath and forced himself to stop breathing heavily. With a cold snort, he continued walking slowly forward. Those experts surrounding Long Chen all retreated out of his path, not daring to block him. Long Chen quickly returned to where the rank 9 Celestial from the Bloodco Hall had attacked him. This was where his path had deviated. Now he returned and continued along the road. Last time he had relied on a black pot to reach this point, but now he had a pitch-black saber on his shoulder. That blade was incredibly sinister, and its fang-like tip was especially frightening. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Long Chen slowly continued forward. Although there were millions of experts around him and the Life Star experts numbered in the thousands, no one dared stop him. The power he had displayed was just too intimidating. Although he was now a bit out of breath and they knew he might be out of energy, they also knew that a tired lion could still easily kill a group of rabbits. As for Long Chen, he was like an unrivaled lion shocking all other beasts. Long Chen's footsteps were as steady as before, and he maintained the same rhythm. That made these experts feel humiliated and infuriated. Those people who had previously attacked Long Chen were especially enraged. Long Chen had no intention of running. All he was doing was expressing his disdain for them. Each step he took increased their humiliation. He was walking over their dignity. In front of this many Life Star experts, this Jade core disciple was still forcing them back step by step, while they couldn't even muster the bravery to stop him. Those young disciples were all full of worship as they watched Long Chen force away all these experts without even doing anything. What was domineering? This was domineering. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Long Chen quickly saw the city gates. There was a transportation formation there, and once he was on it, he could leave. That would complete the slap in the face of the Eastern Xuan region's experts. Long Chen, you're too arrogant. Do you really think no one can subdue you? At this moment, a voice rang out from the sky and it came from one of the carriages. The voice was very young yet also powerful. It caused people's souls to shake. The most shocking thing about this voice was that it caused heaven and earth to rumble along with it. It was like the world was resonating with his words. Is this an Empyrean from legend? People were gobsmacked. They stared in disbelief at that carriage. There were a total of 4 carriages in the sky, and they were all pulled by giant magical beasts of the terrifying 11th rank. However, after all this time, no movement had come from the 4 carriages, causing people to almost forget about them. But now, someone from the carriages was speaking, and just by speaking, he caused the world to shake. Heavenly Tao energy followed with his voice. That was clearly something only a legendary Empyrean could do. I've been arrogant for more than a few days. As for whether or not someone can subdue me, it's hard to say. However, there's one thing that we can be sure of. A single Sha Guanyin is definitely not qualified to say such big words. Leng Yuan could cut off your arm, so what are you thinking now? Are you asking me to cut off your head? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's words caused everyone to suck in a cold gasp of air. Only now did they realize what level of existence Long Chen was. Chapter 1487 Titan Sect. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen smiled coldly. He had long since taken note of those people in the sky, particularly the people within those 4 carriages. There was a powerful pressure coming from the carriages, but it didn't come from the people inside. The formation around the carriages prevented the auras of the ones inside from leaking outside and prevented others from peering inside. This sense of pressure came from his sharp senses. Now that he heard Sha Guangyin's voice, he immediately confirmed that the people inside the carriages were all people with terrifying origins. Other than the 4 carriages, there were also other beasts flying in the sky, with experts on their backs. They also had yet to take action. These were his true opponents. He sensed the auras of several rank 9 celestials on those beasts. Everyone was deathly silent after Long Chen spoke. The ancient family alliance's Sha Guangyin, he was someone no one present had ever seen, but his name was something they had practically all heard. He was an Empyrean, one of the future rulers of the world. The entire world would be his stage in the future. No matter how outstanding someone else was, they would only be a secondary character compared to him. Yet such a terrifying figure was acquainted with Long Chen, and based on his tone, they had exchanged blows. Furthermore, one of Sha Guangyin's arms had been cut off. Leng Yuhan's name was also resounding in their ears. She had fought against Sha Guangyin, and he had been defeated. That was a huge secret. Shut your dog mouth. Even with death at hand, you still dare to spout nonsense. A figure appeared in the sky. As soon as he appeared, the sky became dusky. Sand began to flow around him, covering the sky. He was the Empyrean Sha Guangyin. No wonder you dare to come out again, so you've advanced to soul transformation, said Long Chen. But even now, his footsteps didn't pause. The current Sha Guangyin's aura was raging, and waves of pressure came off of him. That was a sign of not being perfectly adjusted to his new power after advancing. During the battle in the spirit world, Sha Guangyin and Peng Wansheng had been at the peak of Jade core. For Sha Guangyin to have broken through to soul transformation wasn't strange. What a joke! Just because you've stayed at the Jade core realm, does that mean others have to wait for you? Long Chen, today you're definitely dead. I'd advise you to hand over Evil Moon, and I can leave you with an intact corpse, demanded Sha Guangyin icily. He was staring tightly at Dragonbone Evil Moon on Long Chen's shoulder. He was extremely irritated that this terrifying blade had ended up in Long Chen's hands. That's right, Long Chen, hand over Evil Moon, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse. From another carriage, a golden-winged figure flew out, and another powerful aura appeared. It's the Golden Peng race's unrivaled genius, Peng Wansheng. The arrival of another Empyrean elicited startled cries. 2 Empyreans had actually appeared at once. What had happened in the spirit world was not common knowledge in the righteous path. The ancient races, corrupt path, and ancient family alliance viewed what had happened as a great humiliation and did not bring it up. As for the experts in the eastern Xuanhuan city, the majority of them were from the righteous path, and so they didn't know what had happened in the spirit world. Peng Wansheng was shining as brightly as ever. He had also advanced to soul transformation, and just like Sha Guangyin, his aura was still unsteady. Yet just by standing in the air, they made it so the other experts felt like they were suffocating in their presence. Long Chen's definitely dead. The appearance of 2 Empyreans completely cut off any chances that Long Chen could survive. His path had come to an end. He would never be able to walk out of the eastern Xuanhuan city. He's the one who sent himself to his own death. He viewed all of us as nothing. If he had simply fled at the start, who could have stopped him? Instead, he kept acting like a badass. It was purely courting death, sneered someone. No matter what, Long Chen is still a genius of the righteous path. I don't like him being killed by people from the ancient races and ancient families, disagreed someone else. It had been many years since such a terrifying genius had appeared in the righteous path. He was someone who was able to fight against Empyreans, so he should have been the pride of the righteous path. But now, Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyin, 2 people who were a major realm above Long Chen, and also the representatives of the ancient races and ancient families, wanted to kill him in front of them all. This was a bit hard to accept. Long Chen was just 1 step away from the transportation formation. If he had just taken that one last step, he would have been able to escape. But now that one last step was as difficult to traverse as a heavenly chasm. Long Chen's the scum, the righteous path. Naturally, the righteous path has to be the ones to tidy up their own mess. Don't you two think using two soul transformation experts to handle a Jade core disciple is a bit inappropriate? Just as the atmosphere was tense like a knocked bow, another figure came out of the third carriage. Long Chen's pupils narrowed slightly. Another Empyrean. Heavens, has the world gone insane? When they saw that figure, everyone was shocked. They felt like all the shock of their lifetimes had been used up today. That figure was extremely muscular and large. His arms had to be thicker than a normal person's waist. He wore a pair of tiger hide boots, leather shorts, and a scaled vest armor. His hair stuck up straight like needles. The muscles of his shoulders were practically at the same level as his head. His arms were exposed, and it looked like countless snakes were wriggling under his skin. His blood chi was so powerful that it looked like he might explode. Just by standing there, he gave off the impression of an immovable iron tower. The space around him shuddered, as if his power could threaten the world. As for when he spoke, it was like wild thunder, yet also like the roars of 10,000 beasts, causing heaven and earth to quiver. His heavenly Tao's fluctuations were also intense, making it so no one doubted that he was an Empyrean. This monstrous muscular man caused an uproar because no one knew this figure. They hadn't even heard of him. How was it possible that someone like an Empyrean was still unknown? My name is Yi Qingquang, a disciple of the Titan sect. Long Chen, I won't waste words with you. Under the name of cleaning up the righteous path, I'll be taking your life and making a name for myself in the Titan sect. The large man introduced himself, his voice piercing people's ears. The Titan sect. Didn't they decline and then completely disappear from this world? They've been gone for over 8,000 years, cried out a sect master. The Titan sect had truly appeared in history, and it had been a very powerful sect with a long history. It had also survived the Dark Era. Unfortunately, it had taken such a huge loss in the Dark Era that, although they had managed to bitterly hang on for a long time, they still hadn't been able to restore their old glory. Instead, they were surpassed by many sects that were founded later. Under the pressure of so many new sects, the Titan sect had mysteriously vanished in the end. At that time, people guessed that one of their enemies had killed them in secret. The disappearance of a declined sect didn't cause many waves. Only people well-versed in history knew about it. The majority of youngsters had never heard of this existence. They lay in wait for 8,000 years, secretly healing and accumulating power for the best moment to come back and awe the world. That kind of endurance is truly admirable. Up in the sky, in the carriage that had yet to move, a beautiful woman in a long dress with a violet gold phoenix hairpin in her hair said, "How regretful. They don't realize that the great era has already come and that the ones awakening aren't just them. After enduring for so long, they still couldn't endure it until the end. There aren't many people capable of understanding their own hearts." That beautiful woman looked to be in her 30s. She was extremely refined, and her voice was extremely moving. Each word she spoke contained a rhythm to it that made it sound like music. "Yes, Master, you've always taught me that playing 1,000 divine songs isn't as effective as tasting the flavors of life when it comes to comprehending the mysteries of humanity. Unfortunately, I, your disciple, have been too foolish to live up to your training." There was a younger woman in the carriage. Her voice was like birdsong, and her jade-like face was filled with shame. If Long Chen heard this voice, he would instantly recognize it. She had had several interactions with him in the past, and had even spoken the true feelings of her heart to him. The two of them had a hopelessly muddled relationship. She was the elusive music immortal palace's disciple, Fairy Ziyan. Ziyan stared outside the carriage, looking at the figure surrounded by millions of experts, with a black saber on his shoulder. A touch of pain appeared in her eyes. "Do you feel a bit of regret that you didn't kill him in the eastern wasteland? If you had, you wouldn't be feeling such pain," said the beautiful woman to Ziyan. Ziyan shook her head. "I don't regret it. Even if I had to choose again, I still wouldn't kill him. I know I wouldn't be able to do it. He isn't a bad person. I will never forget how, despite knowing it was a trap from the Bloodcoal Hall, he still allowed himself to be struck by a poisoned needle rather than killing that little girl. I remember the look in his eyes very clearly. There was heartache, pity, warmth, and the only thing missing was hatred. He is kind, and even if he is my fated devil star, I can't kill him." Beautiful woman rubbed Ziyan's cheek gently. She softly said, "You have your own missions in this world, and Long Chen is one of them. If he really was an irredeemable devil and you could kill him without any misgivings, he wouldn't be called a devil star. But have you never thought about this possibility? Long Chen might be a good person, but he is walking into the abyss step by step. Whether or not it's because he's forced to by others or himself, he is still undergoing a transformation. Once he transforms, he will become a peerless killer. Your mission is to end his sins. Sometimes, plucking the seed of evil when it has only just sprouted is true kindness. Master, I understand. Can you let me think about it for a bit longer? Ziyan stared at Long Chen, a conflicted look in her eyes. Chapter 1488 Long Chen, go ahead and explode. Translator, born to be. Long Chen stood on top of the city gates with Evil Moon on his shoulder, looking at the three figures in the sky coldly. Long Chen, you should be careful. These people that came from the four carriages have brought real experts with them. In particular, that carriage carried by the multicolored phoenix contains someone extremely powerful, said Dragonbone Evil Moon. How powerful? Asked Long Chen. Stronger than that fellow from the heaven-suppressing magic sect. Furthermore, that person should be holding a half-step divine item, said Evil Moon. Half-step divine item, is there such a thing? Asked Long Chen in confusion. Back in the immemorial path, Long Chen had tricked Huang Junmo by offering him a half-step divine item from legend, and Huang Junmo had fallen for it. You haven't reached that level yet, so you don't understand what a real divine item is. The things you've seen so far can't be counted as real divine items. That stupid skull from the corrupt god is simply a remnant left by an ascender. It only contains a bit of divine essence. Such a thing can only be classified as a quasi-divine item. Ones with more divine essence, ones where experts have branded them with their divine blood and divine blessing, they have the ability to think and live on their own. They have reached the level of half-step divine items. That staff from the heaven-suppressing magic sect has reached that level. However, that fellow's cultivation base was too low, and he wasn't able to unleash the true power of the staff. But the person in that carriage is very powerful. If they attack, I won't be able to stop them, explained Evil Moon. Long Chen had no time to consider this new information about quais and half-step divine items. He asked the only important thing, if they do attack, can you manage to escape like last time? That would be no problem, said Evil Moon. Then that's enough, let's have a real battle. Hearing Evil Moon's promise, Long Chen was much more at ease. Based on their agreement, as long as there were no divine items, it wouldn't help even if Long Chen was killed. But if there were divine items, it would have to help him face the battle or escape. The two of them had only come to this agreement because it was mutually beneficial. Up in the sky, Yi Qingquang's arrival was very surprising to everyone, including Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng. They had rushed over here as soon as they had heard that Long Chen had appeared. Now, before they could kill him, they had encountered this gorilla-like Yi Qingquang. They didn't quite know what to do, but the arrogance he was displaying did irritate them. The Titan sect? Never heard of it, said Sha Guangyan disdainfully. He didn't care too much about this new fellow. Just like Long Chen, Yi Qingquang was still at the peak of the Jade core realm. Although Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng had only stepped into the soul transformation realm recently, and their spiritual yuan had yet to completely transform, they were still much stronger than when they had yet to take a step over the barrier. So they were confident that they would be able to defeat Long Chen. Haha, it's fine if you haven't heard of it. Soon, its name will resound throughout the Central Plains, along with the name of myself, Yi Qingquang. Yi Qingquang laughed heartily, his voice like a wild drum. As he laughed, endless heavenly Tao energy gathered behind his back, forming the primal chaos manifestation. In that instant, the world's heavenly Tao energy seemed to be sucked dry by him. Other than Sha Guangyan, Peng Wansheng, and a few others, everyone else became as pale as paper. A few of the weaker ones were shuddering. This is the absolute heavenly Tao energy. We can't even use heavenly Tao energy like this, cried a rank 5 celestial in terror. Heavenly Tao energy was what every celestial depended on. Now that it was taken away, they felt themselves to be fish on dry land. This invoked an innate fear in their souls. HMPH, courting death, Peng Wansheng was just about to attack Yi Qingquang for his arrogance. However, he was stopped by Sha Guangyan. Brother Peng, let it go. Why bother quibbling with a junior? As seniors, we should give our junior a chance to display his power. If you attacked him, it would make others think you were bullying him. For Sha Guangyan to call Yi Qingquang a junior was clearly an insult. Yi Qingquang raged. You two are the ones courting death. Qingquang, power isn't shown with your mouth but your fists. If you want to win your dignity, Then bring out your power instead of wasting words." At this moment, the voice of an old man came from the carriage Yi Qingquang had come from. "Fine. Since that's the case, I'll first handle Long Chen before you two. Don't think that just because you're at a higher realm that you really stand above me," said Yi Qingquang coldly. He didn't forget to challenge them to a fight. The spectators were all shaken by Yi Qingquang's arrogance. He actually wanted to fight two Empyreans that were at a higher realm than him. The atmosphere was so tense that it was hard for them to breathe. And yet, when they turned back to look at Long Chen, they saw him standing there calmly. He wasn't making any movements. Yi Qingquang's arrogance is an outer appearance, while Long Chen's arrogance comes from inside. "That's true arrogance," said a young disciple who worshipped Long Chen. He couldn't help clenching his fists tightly. Quite a few people nodded inside. Long Chen didn't put on such arrogant airs. Instead, it was his actions that were so arrogant that they shook heaven and earth. This arrogance was much more shocking. Some of the people that were originally jealous of him now felt a bit of respect for him. Even if he died today, his name would be forever recorded in the legends of the martial heaven continent. "Long Chen, sorry, but I'll be using your blood as a display of my power. Have you prepared yourself for your death?" The primal chaos behind Yi Qingquang revolved, causing the world to shudder. He had already begun to accumulate energy. Although he was just accumulating energy, the void was twisting wildly around him. How terrifying! Countless experts felt their hearts leaping in their chests. Even life-star experts were suffocated and had to retreat. "Don't need to feel sorry. You want to show your power, but the truth is that I'm also here to show my power. You don't need to feel guilt over killing me because I won't feel any guilt when I kill you. Humans are simply foolish. They have no respect or gratitude for life. As long as they get power, they look down on everyone else and have no qualms about stripping them of everything they possess, including their lives. Trying to explain or teach anything to such people is like playing music for a bull. The only way for them to really learn their lesson is to slaughter until they learn what respect is. Since you want my life, then come. Let's see just who takes whose life." Long Chen put away Evil Moon and stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he faced Yi Qingquang. He was actually fighting him with his bare hands. In the carriage, Zai Yan's emotions became even more complicated as she listened. The beautiful woman sighed. "If it weren't for my absolute confidence in the formation protecting the carriage, I'd suspect he was saying these words just for you to hear and make it harder for you to kill him." Zai Yan shook her head. "He isn't that kind of person. He has his pride. Even if he had to die, he would definitely disdain using such methods. I understand him very well." "It's because you understand that you're in so much pain. Zai Yan, you have to remember your mission," said the woman. Zai Yan was about to reply when space suddenly shook intensely. Following that, Yi Qingquang let out a fierce cry and shot toward Long Chen, throwing out a punch. Even before the punch arrived, the city gates below Long Chen shattered. Heavens, the grand formation was broken. It had to be known that the city gates were connected with the eastern Xuanhuan city's buildings. All their formations were connected, and yet, even before this punch arrived, it crumbled. That was gobsmacking. It's nothing strange. The eastern Xuanhuan city's grand formation draws out heavenly Tao energy for its operation. As for Yi Qingquang, he's an Empyrean and he has sucked all the heavenly Tao energy away, weakening the formation, explained an elder. "Long Chen, die." Yi Qingquang's fist reached Long Chen. Boom! A huge ripple spread through the air. A figure was sent flying. What? People were shocked to find that this figure was the large, monstrous Yi Qingquang. How is that possible? Yi Qingquang's attack was practically unstoppable. People had thought that Long Chen would be heavily injured at the very least, if not dead. They had all seen that Yi Qingquang had come to show his power, and the best way to do that was to kill Long Chen in one blow. That was why his first punch was already so terrifying, but this result made them all dumbstruck. Long Chen stood in the air. His robes fluttered and 5 stars revolved in his eyes. The star corresponding to the Divine Gate star had originally been dim, but now there was a trace of light within it. "Are you prepared? I'm about to show you my power." Long Chen shot toward Yi Qingquang like a bolt of lightning, unleashing his own punch. Boom! Yi Qingquang had yet to fully recover from their first exchange, and his arm was tingling. His hasty block resulted in him being blown away once more by Long Chen. Good, as the Divine Gate star gets stronger, the 5-star battle armor gets stronger as well. Then let me just explode with all my power. Suddenly, Long Chen's body became covered in green dragon scales, and the 108,000 stars within him revolved. Once more transforming into a bolt of lightning, he shot after Yi Qingquang. Chapter 1489 Wild Long Chen. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's current power made the space around him rumble. It was like space was about to explode. Having tested his power in their previous exchange, he was now more sure what level his body had reached. He had no qualms about silently summoning the green dragon battle armor to unleash his full power. His fist punched forward. This was a punch containing his undefeatable will, a punch that could make gods and devils run. Yi Qingquang was shocked and infuriated. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. Having lost the initiative, he had fallen into his current miserable plight. Because he was still rapidly flying backward from the previous exchange, he was unable to concentrate his power and could only use a weak block. This infuriated him so much that he almost coughed up blood. When Long Chen's punch reached him, Yi Qingquang coughed up a mouthful of blood. He tumbled backward across the ground. A long scar was cut into the ground before he smashed into a distant mountain. The mountain collapsed and a wave of dust filled the sky. Is this real life? All the experts within the eastern Xuanhuan city found this hard to believe. Just how domineering had Yi Qingquang's display been just a moment ago? He had unleashed practically apocalyptic power. But as soon as he fought Long Chen, he was forced back so hard that he couldn't even retaliate. He was blown back with the first punch and injured with the second. Just what level of a monster was Long Chen? There was no one who wasn't shocked, including Peng Wansheng. He was unable to accept that Long Chen's power had greatly advanced. Long Chen is still being kind. If he had used his full power from the start, then considering how overconfident Yi Qingquang was, he'd have been heavily injured in the first exchange. And with how decisive Long Chen is and his fighting experience, he wouldn't give Yi Qingquang any breathing room to recover. Most likely, Yi Qingquang would have been killed right there under his torrent of attacks. The only reason he didn't was to prevent the shockwaves of their battle from affecting the innocents. Despite there being so few people supporting Long Chen, and the majority being so jealous of him that they want him dead, he gave up this great chance to kill Yi Qingquang. If his true goal had been to display his power, he wouldn't have given up that chance. "Master, if you were in my position, what would you do?" asked Zai Yan in the carriage. The beautiful woman looked at the figure down below and couldn't help but sigh. She didn't reply to Zai Yan. Lightning circulated around Long Chen, and with each step he seemed to teleport, appearing 100 miles away. With just 7 steps, he arrived in front of Yi Qingquang again. Yi Qingquang had stabilized at this time. A cold light shone in his eyes as he wiped away the blood from his mouth. He roared, "Titan art!" Divine runes appeared all along Yi Qingquang's skin. His body began to shine with light as blinding as the sun. Yi Qingquang's power soared. The ground beneath him cracked into thousands of pieces. What terrifying power! How could such a thing exist in this world? In the eastern Xuanhuan city, even life star experts could only stare from a distance, not daring to get close. Seeing Yi Qingquang suddenly unleash his power stunned them. The power of his first punch would have instantly slain an ordinary life star expert. And yet Long Chen had easily blown him away, making people unconsciously think that Yi Qingquang wasn't as powerful as he seemed. But now, even from this great distance, Yi Qingquang's aura made them shudder in terror. The current Yi Qingquang didn't even look human. He seemed more like an ancient monster. "Die!" Yi Qingquang shot forward. The ground beneath him crumbled as he stamped down on the ground. He let out a punch once more. Long Chen was also rushing toward him. It was like 2 shooting stars had collided. Blinding light exploded on the sky, and powerful shockwaves spread, shaking the heavens. Up in the sky, their fists were still connected. Ripples were still spreading from them. Below the ground, everything was exploding and crumbling from their power. What kind of power is this? Compared to this, the previous battle was like child's play. These people finally witnessed the power of peak experts. It was apocalyptic. Before this, Long Chen's battle against the Life Star experts and the Bloodkill Hall could already count as a world-shaking battle. But when they looked at what was before them now, they realized just how short-sighted they had been. Long Chen really is an unrivaled genius. He's not a celestial nor an empyrean, but he can contend against peerless heavenly geniuses. Who else can do such a thing? Praised a young woman from the crowd. There were quite a few young disciples now. When Long Chen had been walking on the street alone, the huge crowd had blocked their sight. But now anyone in the eastern Xuanhuan city could see the sight of this immense battle. The sight of Long Chen shook the hearts of quite a few young disciples. In this world, everyone worshipped heroes, and Long Chen was like a legend. making countless young disciples view him as an idol. He gave them the motivation to cultivate harder, like the light guiding their cultivation path. Long Chen's own actions told others that as long as they still had a dream for themselves, then a lack of talent, background, and resources wouldn't stop them from growing. Each person had a chance to become a genius. Only those people who were over 100 years old and had failed to break through bottlenecks too many times would resent other people's accomplishments. They wanted to see Long Chen die in front of them. People with shadows in their hearts could only use such a method to vent their hatred. Feeling hopeless for their own cultivation, they felt the greatest delight at seeing others fail. That was why most of the people who supported Long Chen were young and had their own dreams. There was still sunlight in their hearts. They refused to believe that Long Chen would do something like destroy his own sect. It seems Long Chen's being suppressed by Yi Qingquang. Suddenly, someone cried out in shock. At this moment, everyone saw Long Chen's fist seem to have been pushed back by Yi Qingquang. HMPH, so what if Long Chen is powerful? Empyreans are the favorites of heaven and earth, and the true main characters of the cultivation world. As for Long Chen, he's nothing, a dancing clown. Being killed by an Empyrean is his fate, sneered a soul transformation expert. He was already middle-aged and looked to be a narrow-hearted person with just a glance. If Long Chen is a dancing clown, what are you? Before you criticize others, you should look at yourself and consider whether you're qualified to say such big words or not. All you know how to do is insult others behind their backs. If you really have any guts, then why didn't you do anything when Long Chen was walking along the road just now? A young man with a sword on his back directly spoke back against the middle-aged cultivator. That person pointed his finger at the young disciple and was about to curse him. However, before he could say any curses, a cold light flashed. That person's arm was severed. If you point at me again, I'll cut off your head instead, said the sword-wielding expert coldly. He slowly sheathed his sword behind his back again. Stop fighting and focus on the battle. Most people will never get to witness a battle on this level in their entire lives. Don't miss this chance, advised a Life-Star elder. Practically, everyone had activated a photographic Jade to record the battle so that they could study it in detail in the future. It seems Long Chen's power is really inferior to Yi Qingquang's, said someone. Long Chen's arm had been forced back now, seeming like he didn't have enough power. Qingquang, watch out. Just at this moment, the old voice from Yi Qingquang's carriage spoke once more. Pell. The warning came too late. Long Chen's right fist was still blocking Yi Qingquang, while his left hand swung through a beautiful arc and slapped Yi Qingquang's face. What? Everyone was shocked. How was this possible? How could Long Chen have enough energy to use his other hand? That made no sense. When two people were fighting like this, all their power would be concentrated in their fist. The other places should have no energy to be used unless they gave up the energy on their fists. Is this to say that Long Chen isn't using his full power, so he still has energy left over? Guessed someone. Boom! Yi Qingquang smashed into the ground, creating a large hole. A wave of dust rose into the sky. Now's my chance. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he charged into the hole. Yi Qingquang's head was still buzzing from being slapped. Before he could recover, his needle-like hair was caught by Long Chen, and a hard knee slammed into his nose. Chapter 1490 Steel Coiling Dragon Staff. Translator Born to Be. Boom! Long Chen's knee viciously slammed into Yi Qingquang's high and arrogant nose. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Clearly, Yi Qingquang's nose wasn't as hard as Long Chen's knee. With Long Chen tightly holding his hair, Yi Qingquang couldn't even escape. Long Chen's knee slammed in for a second time. Consecutive explosive sounds rang out as Long Chen slammed his knee into Yi Qingquang's face over and over again. The dust was flying, and the ground where they were was blown apart. The two of them are fighting underground. I can't see. Everyone could only see the ground exploding and guess where the two of them were based on the dust that was flying. Boom! Suddenly, an intense boom rang out, and the ground exploded like a volcano. Two figures came charging out of the ground, soaring into the sky. Heavens, what happened? Yi Qingquang is injured. Yi Qingquang's face was covered in blood. Although he had quickly healed his injuries, the people still managed to catch a glimpse of his broken nose. Yi Qingquang threw out a punch once again, but it was caught by Long Chen. Using the former's power, Long Chen spun, throwing Yi Qingquang into the ground once more, deforming it. This was a true battle of peak experts, and it was incomparably intense. As Long Chen once more shot toward him, Yi Qingquang let out a furious roar. His eyes turned scarlet. Titan art, soul-devouring power. Following Yi Qingquang's crazy roar, the primal chaos manifestation behind him began to flow into his body. The originally dim runes around Yi Qingquang's body now blazed with light. He actually absorbed his heavenly Tao manifestation. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng were shocked to see this. It had to be known that while they could summon their own heavenly Tao manifestations and borrow heaven and earth's energy for their own, the manifestation was an intermediary. They could draw it within themselves while keeping it active. Clearly, the Titan sect had a secret art to absorb one's heavenly Tao manifestation. Yi Qingquang's wild aura doubled in power, and that power even made their hearts shake. No one can match my Titan sect when it comes to brute strength. In front of me, you are just an ant, roared Yi Qingquang. Wherever he passed, space would wildly twist, proving his power. What a bitch! He dares to say the dragon race is an ant in front of him. Long Chen, kill that bastard. Long Chen didn't react to what Yi Qingquang had said, but Evil Moon was enraged. Long Chen possessed the essence blood of a green dragon and had summoned the green dragon battle armor, which meant he was using the power of the green dragon. For Yi Qingquang to call that an ant's power ended up provoking Evil Moon. All right, then I'll kill him. Who said he could be a show-off? Long Chen took a deep breath, and the unmoving divine ring behind him began to rapidly revolve. As it did, the energy within his 108,000 stars gushed forth, linking up with his 108,000 scales. Within his silent mindsea, the divine gate star suddenly shook. Long Chen felt his head heat up. The Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Star, and Enlightenment Palace stars on his hands and feet shook and heated up as well. Terrifying power was rising with them. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such a state. In that instant, he felt like his power was overflowing. If he didn't release it, he would explode. Long Chen suddenly raised his head and roared. He smashed his fist at Yi Qingquang. This time, his punch didn't cause any rumbling or affect space. It was silent, as if it had broken through the limits of time and space. That power, it's not the power a human should possess. Within the carriage, the beautiful woman was finally shaken. Boom! Their fists collided. It was like two stars had erupted and blinding light eclipsed the sun. Cracking sounds rang out. Yi Qingquang's arm broke and he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. He was filled with disbelief. It wasn't just Yi Qingquang who found this hard to believe. Everyone found this preposterous. All of them had witnessed Yi Qingquang's power, but even someone as strong as him was defeated with a single punch from Long Chen. From the start, Yi Qingquang had displayed his powerful and arrogant side for them to experience, and yet he had never managed to gain the slightest advantage. He was always suppressed by Long Chen. This is unbelievable. Long Chen is already this powerful. Long Chen really is heaven-defying. Even Empyreans can't suppress him. It's not that Yi Qingquang isn't strong, but that Long Chen is too monstrous. In front of Long Chen, he has no qualification to be arrogant. Everyone was shocked by the power Long Chen currently displayed. That shock also contained terror, especially when it came to those people who had previously insulted or attacked Long Chen. They had ended up insulting such a terrifying figure. If Long Chen continued to grow, the consequences, they were unimaginable. Long Chen stood in the air, his divine ring revolving around him. Like a devil god, he looked down at the shocked Yi Qingquang. Yi Qingquang had long since lost his arrogant expression. You can be arrogant, but don't be arrogant in front of me because you aren't qualified. You can say you'll kill someone, but don't say you'll kill me, because ever since I stepped into the cultivation world, all my time was spent either on killing people or progressing toward the next person I'm going to kill. You and I are different. You are arrogant to be arrogant, but my arrogance was forced by a group of brainless fools. My arrogance was forced out by their lives and deaths. There's a fundamental difference between us. My arrogance is for survival, to protect myself. As for your arrogance, it's just a joke, said Long Chen from the sky, looking down on Yi Qingquang. Long Chen didn't want to be arrogant. He was only in his early 20s, and that could still be counted as very young. To be young and arrogant was natural, but he had experienced so much that he had long since lost the arrogance of youth. Or perhaps it was simply because there was so much on his shoulders that he wasn't even qualified to have the arrogance of youth. Perhaps he would never have a chance to experience this arrogance in his life. HMPH, young people shouldn't be too arrogant. If you are, you won't be too far from death. Suddenly, an elder walked out from the carriage Yi Qingquang had come from. The elder was also a tall and large man. He still seemed to possess the energy of youth, and his voice was like a loud drum. He had a fiery red staff in his hand. When he appeared, everyone felt like a boulder had landed on their hearts. He was also a life star expert, but he was completely different from ordinary life star experts. The peak of life star. Many life star experts managed to see through this old man's cultivation base. By the life star realm, each minor realm was incredibly difficult to advance. Not only did it require a huge amount of resources, but it also required comprehension of heaven and earth. The third, sixth, and ninth heaven stages were especially difficult to reach. 90% of the life star experts present were in the early life star realm. They might never cross the barrier to reach the mid-stage in all their lives. There were also a few people at the mid-life star realm. Not one of them was in the late life star realm, but this elder in front of them possessed an aura that crushed all of theirs. Clearly, he had reached the ninth heaven stage of the life star realm. He was a terrifying existence. As soon as he spoke, he drew everyone's attention. This terrifying elder was clearly Yi Qingquang's master, or perhaps his elder. What was he doing now? If youngsters weren't arrogant, would they still be youngsters? You're right when you say that being too arrogant means you won't be too far from death. But some people who are already old won't have many good days left to live even if they aren't arrogant, don't you think? Said Long Chen. In any case, with Evil Moon's promise, he wasn't afraid. He directly mocked this elder for not having much longevity left. Master, don't waste words with him. Give me the coiling dragon staff. I'll kill this arrogant brat. The arrival of the elder gave Yi Qingquang breathing room, and his broken arm was healed along with his other injuries. The Titan Sect's divine item, the steel coiling dragon staff. Legend says it's a divine item crafted from the finest divine steel ore from the depths of the Eastern Sea. A fist-sized chunk of that ore is as heavy as a mountain. The steel coiling dragon staff's weight is definitely terrifying. Quiet gossip began to spread through the crowd. Amongst them, there were quite a few erudite people who knew some of the history of the Titan sect. Doesn't this elder's arrival already prove that Yi Qingquang has lost? At the very least, the power of his fists is inferior to Long Chen. I suppose. Now Yi Qingquang wants to rely on a weapon advantage to beat Long Chen and regain his honor. In their previous fight, victory and defeat had been clear. Yi Qingquang hadn't even been able to retaliate. The staff in the elder's hand suddenly vanished and appeared in Yi Qingquang's hands. When he grasped it, the steel coiling dragon staff suddenly lit up. Yi Qingquang's aura changed once more. Chen, I suppose you might not know this, but my Titan Sect's Titan art is inherited through the steel coiling dragon staff. Yi Qingquang laughed crazily, pointing the staff at Long Chen. In other words, the majority of my combat power depends on the steel coiling dragon staff. Now that I have it along with the Titan art, my power is unstoppable. With it, I can split mountains and seas, destroy heaven and earth, and shake the cosmos. Long Chen, you can die at peace knowing you forced me to this point. Yi Qingquang raised the staff. Divine light exploded as it whistled toward Long Chen. Chapter 1491, What is Called Courting Death. Translator, Born to Be. A divine item. Startled cries rang out as the steel coiling dragon staff was activated. It was the divine item of the Titan sect. Although he's unable to bring out the power of a divine item, Yi Qingquang's Titan art is closely connected to the steel coiling dragon staff, so he doesn't need to activate its divine power. He can just use its weight to smash Long Chen to bits. Many people assumed that Long Chen was simply doomed now. Dragonbone Evil Moon appeared on Long Chen's shoulder again, and he held it with one hand. Evil Moon's voice rang out in his head once more. Nothing more than a quasi-divine item. Furthermore, that brat can't even unleash its divine power and is only capable of using it to passively increase his power. I'm not going to help you against something like that. If you can't even beat that, you should just kill yourself. Long Chen snorted, but he didn't say anything. In this kind of scenario, he also hadn't been planning on having Evil Moon's help. In terms of power, he had never feared anyone. The Black Evil Moon hacked down like a black bolt of lightning. There was no fanciness. It was a simple, direct hack. Bang! The two divine items clashed. Heaven and earth lost all their color, and the world lost all its sound. This was the result of the divine runes on the divine items defending themselves. Neither the steel coiling dragon staff nor Dragonbone Evil Moon had unleashed their divine might, but this was a passive defensive power invoked when divine items clashed. The result of their divine runes clashing gave off this misperception of time standing still, but that quickly ended as time began to flow once more. One figure smashed into the ground, unleashing a huge wave of earth. How is that possible? Shockingly, the one blown back was the incomparably confident Yi Qingquang, who had been using the steel coiling dragon staff. He was still unable to receive a single blow even when he was using a divine item. People felt like they were going insane. Just how powerful was Long Chen? Look, that black saber, it has to have reached the level of a divine item. Some people managed to see through the clues. Even though they saw this treasure, no one was filled with greed. They were fully intimidated by Long Chen's power. Long Chen lazily rested Evil Moon on his shoulder. Looking at Yi Qingquang crawling out of the ground, his expression was apologetic. Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said. Something about splitting mountains and seas, destroying heaven and earth, shaking the cosmos, and how I can die at peace. Can you repeat it for me? A slap in the face. This was definitely a naked slap in the face. Who would have thought that returning the same words Yi Qingquang had just said would result in such a resounding slap? Yi Qingquang was ashen, his eyes scarlet. He had no way to retort to Long Chen's words. He had an urge to find a hole to hide in and never come out. That was just how merciless Long Chen's current words were. Seeing that Yi Qingquang had been driven almost insane, Xuanhuan and Peng Wansheng exchanged a glance. They both silently nodded. Suddenly, the two of them attacked. A dark gold broadsword appeared in Xuanhuan's hands, while a golden halberd appeared in Peng Wansheng's hands. Both of these weapons were unleashing terrifying divine might. They were divine items. The two of them silently slashed their weapons at Long Chen's back. They were extremely quick, reaching him in practically the same instant as they attacked. Damn, seriously, two soul transformation Empyreans would actually launch a sneak attack. People were practically unable to believe their eyes. Did they still care about their faces at all? They didn't know that Long Chen had already exchanged blows with Peng Wansheng and Xuanhuan. The two of them knew just how terrifying Long Chen was. Long Chen hadn't even shown his true trump cards yet in his fight against Yi Qingquang. Although both Peng Wansheng and Xuanhuan had broken through to soul transformation, they hadn't solidified their cultivation bases yet. The power they could unleash was limited. Now seeing Long Chen already so terrifying, their original confidence was starting to be shaken. Long Chen was like a deep well. No one could tell how deep he went. You could have learned from anyone, but you still decided to learn the Bloodco Hall's shameful skills. You really disappoint me. As startled cries were ringing out from the city, Long Chen spun. Dragonbone Evil Moon smashed into their weapons just as they were about to reach him. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted, but Long Chen's figure was not shaken in the least. He was like an immovable boulder. Scram! An irresistible power surged through Evil Moon, and Xuanhuan and Peng Wansheng were sent flying. Ever since the Divine Gate Star had absorbed the heaven and earth divine spring of the heaven-suppressing magic sect, his physical body had undergone a huge transformation. He was now much stronger than before. Furthermore, the Divine Gate Star was still slowly absorbing the divine spring from the Bloodco Hall. The 9-star Hegemon body art was going through some kind of transformation. Now, in terms of power, Long Chen had reached an unprecedented level. This was something he hadn't even realized until he had started fighting all out. Xuanhuan and Peng Wansheng didn't specialize in power in the first place, so they were both blown away by Long Chen. With a one-handed simple swing of his saber, Long Chen had knocked back 2 Empyreans. All the experts had a certain thought unconsciously surfacing in their hearts. Long Chen was truly about to defy the heavens. He would no longer have an equal opponent within the same realm. After blowing them away, Long Chen suddenly gripped his saber with both hands, hacking Evil Moon down. Boom! Just at that moment, Yi Qingquang's steel coiling dragon staff smashed over. Their weapons clashed once more. Yi Qingquang coughed up blood and was sent tumbling back once more, blood pouring from his hands. Bastard, it's because my bottleneck is too loose that it's making my fighting power unstable. Since you want to die, then just die. Yi Qingquang suddenly let out a furious roar, and his aura began to surge violently. Heaven and earth became dim. Heavens, he still has another trump card. What a monster! People were shocked. At this time he actually wanted to advance. Trump card my ass, he's undergoing tribulation. This bastard, is he trying to draw in everyone in the city? Run. When people looked up at the sky, their expressions changed. Heavens, these are tribulation clouds. Does he want to undergo tribulation here? That bastard, how many people will he kill like this? Furious roars rang out. Long Chen and the others were fighting thousands of miles away, but these tribulation clouds covered tens of thousands of miles. Anyone who was sensed by the tribulation would be annihilated. Yi Qingquang was a Jade core expert advancing to soul transformation, and as an Empyrean, the power of his tribulation was extremely great. Chaos spread in the eastern Xuan city as experts fled, but the weaker people couldn't possibly escape in time. The ones who were most terrified were the people who had families in the city. There were some women and children who hadn't even reached the Xuanhuan realm. Rumbling filled the sky. The tribulation lightning was about to descend. It's over, all over. Despair filled people's hearts. Those people below the Xuanhuan realm couldn't possibly escape. Although the core of the tribulation was Yiqingquang, a lightning tribulation on this scale covered a huge range. Anyone within that range would be sensed and killed. Furious roars rang out from within the city, as well as the cries of women and children. This person deserves to die. A touch of killing intent blazed in Zai Yan's eyes. She was about to go out. Don't panic. We have the 7-string C-suppressing zither. We can protect them, said the beautiful woman, holding her back. However, that Titan sex master and disciple really are good for nothings. The young one goes through tribulation, while the old one doesn't do anything. The righteous path really isn't the original righteous path. Their carriage had a formation to screen them from the heavens, so they weren't afraid of the tribulation. They had no intention of dodging. There was also another group of experts that had retreated, but not completely. They had their own ancestral items that could screen them from the heavens. Save us, we don't want to die. The weak people in the city cried out, hoping for the experts to protect them, but no one bothered with them. Old Bai, if the tribulation lightning falls on the city, activate the 9 heavens nether passage formation to divert the lightning that falls. That brute Yiqingquang, he's going to cost us 2 years of profit. Zheng Wenlong was still in the city, having an aggrieved expression. If this formation was activated, the Huiyuan sect would be paying a large price out of their pocket. Boom! Just as the tribulation clouds finished forming and were about to unleash their lightning, a saber image tore into the sky, breaking the tribulation clouds and creating a hole in them. It was like tribulation clouds that were about to take off their pants, and piss on all of them were kicked in the ass, and as a result, their piss ended up held in. This Long Chen, he actually attacked the tribulation clouds. Is he crazy? After a brief moment of stunned silence, shocked cries rang out. The one to attack was actually Long Chen. The tribulation clouds were forced to regather, giving them more time to escape. However, the tribulation clouds that were regathering contained a terrifying will. The heavens were enraged. Now the tribulation clouds were even stronger than before. As for Long Chen, after destroying the clouds, he attacked Yiqingquang, blowing him away. Long Chen chased after him, blowing him away time and time again. Yiqingquang repeatedly coughed up blood as he was forced further away from the eastern Xuan city. Long Chen, he's sacrificing his life to win time for us. Only now did people realize Long Chen's goal. The tribulation clouds finished gathering again. Just as the lightning was about to fall, Long Chen attacked it, destroying the clouds again. This time heaven and earth rumbled, endless tribulation clouds surged, the heavens, they were enraged. All my investment, it's all gone. Long Chen really is doomed this time. Zheng Wenlong was filled with despair as he looked up at the endless black tribulation clouds in the sky. Chapter 1492, 5-Colored Lightning Thunders. Translator Born to Be. The very first time Long Chen had attacked the tribulation clouds, he had provoked the heavens' fury. He was completely locked onto by the tribulation clouds, and he would be forced to go through the tribulation with Yiqingquang. However, Long Chen hadn't broken through. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the Jade core realm, so now he had truly courted death. Having gone straight up against the heavens, the conclusion was obvious to all. So that cold and hard exterior actually hid such a kind heart. Long Chen is a true peerless hero. On one hand, we have an evil, despicable person who, despite clearly having been defeated, drew heavenly tribulation to kill his opponent with external power. On the other hand, we have a savior who is willing to go against heavenly tribulation, sacrificing his life to save the lives of the innocents. Just how grand is his heart, praised an elder. Now Long Chen had forced Yiqingquang far away. Although the tribulation clouds still covered the eastern Xuan city, the core was already very far away, and the lightning tribulation wouldn't reach the city. The people who hadn't managed to escape in time had all been saved. They looked at that indistinct figure in the distance, filled with gratitude. They had no relationship with Long Chen. In fact, many of them had looked at him with indifference, or with the attitude of people watching a show when he had been surrounded by enemies just now. However, for them, he had repeatedly attacked the tribulation. No one could survive after infuriating the heavens, so his actions made them all feel ashamed. He actually sacrificed his life to save us, who have nothing to do with him. You're saying that such a person would destroy his own sect. You're all despicable slanderers. A youth only at the Xiantian realm roared angrily. His roar shook everyone's hearts. If Long Chen really was such an evil person, how could he sacrifice his life for them? Obviously, he's just trying to leave behind a good name for himself before his death. What a cunning and sinister man. Truly despicable. Fuck off. That person couldn't even finish speaking before an expert cut off his head. Blood spurted into the air. An idiot like you isn't fit to live in this world. An arrow pierced the head, destroying that person's yuan spirit. Long Chen said that we have our own eyes, that we have our own heads. We have to decide right and wrong for ourselves, not blindly follow others. As for those prejudiced people with a shadow on their hearts, their words are nothing more than farts. In any case, you could beat me to death before I'd believe Long Chen is that kind of person, roared the man who had shot the head. I also believe that Long Chen isn't such a person. Following that, all the people in the city roared along. Although their cultivation bases were low, the roaring of millions and millions of people caused the sky to change color. Even the tribulation clouds in the sky shook. This was the belief of all these experts. They had been stuck in the city and had been about to die from the tribulation. They firmly believed that Long Chen was a peerless hero, and this belief gathered together to form a kind of invisible energy that even affected the heavens. With this one move, Long Chen has proven himself to be innocent. What unrivaled intelligence, praised an elder beside Zheng Wenlong. You've overestimated him. With my understanding of him, he disdained doing such a thing. His thinking is very simple. It's simply because some of these people supported him. Even if there was only one child who believed him, he'd draw the lightning tribulation away for that child. Long Chen is simply Long Chen. He is unique and unmatched. This world will never have a second one like him. However, now he's in trouble and I can't help him. Zheng Wenlong's voice was first full of pride and admiration, but toward the end, it became vexed and unresigned. In the face of such a terrifying tribulation, no one could save Long Chen. Within the carriage, Zai Yan and the woman were silent. The woman's expression was complicated. Now, even if it was her, she wouldn't be able to harden her heart enough to attack Long Chen. Just as everyone was watching from the distance, two figures shot into motion, charging into the lightning tribulation as well. What are they doing? Everyone was shocked. The world of peak experts isn't something we can comprehend. But my guess is that Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan aren't confident that Long Chen will die, so they've charged in as well to make sure he dies. Because Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan have already gone through their soul transformation tribulation, they're confident of surviving this one. Along with Yi Qingquang, they're Empyreans, the favorites of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation won't kill them. To the heavenly tribulation, three of them are like sons, while one is an outsider that dared to provoke it at that. Long Chen, he's definitely dead. A white-haired elder learning on a cane sighed regretfully. However, despite his age, there was a reserved light in his eyes. He was an extremely powerful figure. This elder had seen through the clues. When Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng charged into the tribulation grew even stronger. However, they hadn't provoked the anger of the heavens, so they wouldn't be killed by the tribulation. It was like there was a farmer, and 4 children had made a mess of his farmhouse. 3 were his children, while 1 was an outsider. The fury of the heavenly tribulation was concentrated on Long Chen. Yi Qingquang's tribulation was growing stronger and stronger. This strengthening of his tribulation would actually be beneficial to him as long as he survived, which was essentially guaranteed since he was an Empyrean. As for Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng, they had just gone through their own tribulation, and it just so happened they could use this tribulation to wipe out some of the flaws from their advancement. Long Chen saw that the distance he had created was about enough, and so he stopped. He was no saint, but he didn't want to implicate the people who had supported him or the people who knew nothing. As for provoking the heavenly tribulation, that wasn't something rare for him. He had long since become the target of the heavens, and he didn't mind provoking them some more. It just so happened that he wanted to confirm something. He saw Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng arrive in the tribulation and surround him. However, he ignored them. He once more attacked the heavenly tribulation with a black saber image. Crazy? He's definitely gone crazy. Is he worried he hasn't doomed himself enough? Zheng Wenlong felt like he was also going crazy. Long Chen wasn't giving himself the slightest chance at survival. The tribulation clouds were once more broken and then even more gathered. In the beginning, the tribulation clouds had just been a couple of 100 meters thick, but now they were thousands of meters thick. It was like a huge black pot had covered the sky, and the might of the heavens was growing stronger and stronger. Even the people in the distant eastern Xuanhuan city could feel that apocalyptic power. In front of this heavenly might, many people in the city were forced to kneel on the ground, their faces pale. They didn't even dare to raise their heads. These kneeling people were ordinary cultivators or some lower-ranking celestials. They had no choice but to submit. Cultivators cultivated the heavenly Taos, so no one dared to go against the heavenly Taos. Only higher-ranking celestials could keep themselves standing. They were now so far that even with the eyesight of cultivators, they could barely see four indistinct figures. Long Chen, your ability at courting death is admirable. Xuanhuan was happy to see Long Chen continuously attack the tribulation clouds. In their eyes, Long Chen was purely courting death for himself. They were Empyreans, and the heavenly tribulation treated them as family. Even if they closed their eyes, they could pass their tribulation. They wanted to borrow the heavenly tribulation to kill Long Chen, but unexpectedly, Long Chen was even helping them by attacking it himself. He was vainly trying to increase the power of the tribulation to make it more difficult for Yi Qingquang to pass. They found such foolish thinking laughable. Long Chen also found it laughable. He was smiling just like them, but his smile was very strange. He indifferently said, "Peng Wansheng, do you remember when you said favored were commoners, celestials were officials, and Empyreans were crown princes? Back then I was very puzzled. If you are the crown prince, who is the emperor? But now I know that it's the heavenly Taos. So today, I want to see just how much this emperor really loves you." Long Chen suddenly charged at the tribulation clouds again, and black light shot out of his saber, stabbing into it. "Will you refuse to attack your sons? Fuck, where did all your vigor go when you were attacking me? Garbage thing, do you need me to slap you, split the heavens for?" Now Long Chen was no longer just using ordinary attacks, but the power of split the heavens. Boom! The tribulation clouds were split in two. In that instant, the world suddenly froze and lost all sound. Up in the sky, the only thing people saw was Long Chen holding Evil Moon, coldly looking at the dome of the heavens. That sight would never be forgotten by anyone who saw it. Boom! The sky suddenly exploded and the world turned dark. The sun was completely gone. Endless heavenly might fell, and the air felt like it had vanished. Even in the city, people were suffocating. The tribulation clouds no longer gathered. Instead, huge cracks appeared in the clouds, and what came from those clouds was endless five-colored lightning. It's five-colored tribulation lightning. Long Chen has completely infuriated the heavens. Now even they might not be able to escape. The tribulation will not differentiate between friend and foe. The beautiful woman in the carriage looked at this with shock. Chapter 1493, Fighting Against Heavenly Geniuses. Translator Born to Be. The legendary five-colored tribulation lightning was a destructive lightning, one that could destroy anything in the world. Anything that had been locked onto by five-colored divine lightning would be annihilated. In the cultivation world, the most solemn oath was sworn on being struck by five-colored lightning. Beneath five-colored lightning, you would be destroyed in body and soul. And now, up in the sky, five-colored tribulation lightning was pouring out of the crack Long Chen had cut in the sky. It rapidly spread, filling the sky. Even as far away as the eastern Xuan city was, the experts were all petrified by the sight of the radiant five-colored lightning. They were afraid that the slightest movement might draw the lightning's attention and kill them. This five-colored lightning was something that only existed in legend. It was recorded in ancient tomes, but no one had ever seen it personally. There's been different colored lightning before, but not a five-colored one. Good, then let me see whether your love for your three sons will hold when I'm added to the mix. A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face as he looked at the five-colored lightning. Long Chen, Yi Qingquang, Xuanhuan, and Peng Wansheng were all within the domain of the five-colored lightning. Other than Long Chen, all their expressions changed. Not only did their expressions change, but even the expression of Yi Qingquang's face became unsightly. Furthermore, two elders also came out of two other carriages, looking at the scene in front of them nervously. These two elders came from the ancient races and ancient families. They were extremely powerful, but despite that power, they could only watch from a distance. They didn't even dare to speak for fear of being locked onto by the lightning. "It seems your father is angry. I wonder whether he'll exterminate all of you just because of a little outsider like me." Long Chen then slashed his saber at the sky once more in front of everyone's horrified gazes. A huge saber image created another crack in the tribulation clouds. Along with the previous clash, it formed a huge cross. A torrent of five-colored lightning grew even stronger. In the distance, the experts wielding photographic jades had their photographic jades destroyed by some kind of power. "Long Chen, you madman, kill him quickly," roared Xuanhuan. He could see that Long Chen didn't want to live. What he wanted was to bring them all down with him. The five-colored tribulation lightning was booming above. It had completely escaped its restrictions, wanting to destroy them as well. Even their status as Empyreans had lost effect against it. If they didn't kill Long Chen immediately and allowed him to continue infuriating the tribulation, they would all be doomed. However, before the three of them could attack, the five-colored lightning crashed down. Huge thunderbolts shot down, enveloping Long Chen, Yi Qingqing, Sha Guangyan, and Peng Wansheng. This lightning was incredibly powerful, and it was full of terrifying, destructive will. The three of them were forced to go all out against this lightning. Their bodies were quivering. Yet Long Chen was immersed within the torrent of lightning. The lightning would explode when it landed on him and transform into five-colored runes. That natural and easy appearance was like he was taking a bath, not undergoing tribulation. This five-colored lightning was extremely berserk. Each strike was equivalent to the full-strength attack of a normal life-star expert. Most terrifying of all was the destructive will within it. It was something that destroyed a person's body and mind. It made people feel despair. However, this lightning was unable to cause any injuries to Long Chen. After all, since the blood condensation realm, Long Chen had repeatedly undergone tribulation. All his experiences had accumulated into a large immunity against lightning. This fatal lightning wasn't much to him. At the very least, he didn't have to bother with it at this intensity. "Not bad. Long Chen, you have some guts. Now I understand why the heavenly Daos don't like you." Dragonbone Evil Moon sent Long Chen a message. Its voice contained the slightest bit of admiration now. Clearly, this fearless courage of Long Chen's had surprised it a bit. That was because Evil Moon had always looked down on Long Chen personally. It felt Long Chen was too soft-hearted, but this display made its impression of Long Chen change. Evil Moon was rejected by the heavenly Daos due to undergoing too much slaughter. That was why Long Chen had to use more energy to use battle skills with it. However, Long Chen was also rejected by the heavenly Daos, and he even dared to go against them. That won him some praise from Evil Moon, because it didn't dare to do the same. "Long Chen, within this domain of five-colored lightning, no one else can interfere in your battle. I can't, and they can't either, including those people in the carriages. No one would dare to activate the power of divine items here. In other words, the four of you will be fighting entirely with your true, personal power. Whether they kill you or you kill them, no one will be able to save anyone," said Evil Moon. "Why is that?" asked Long Chen. "This five-colored lightning has condensed endless destructive will. It is independent of the heavenly Daos, and so it will kill anyone, including Empyreans. But if a divine item was activated within this domain, it would be instantly caught by the heavenly Daos. This five-colored lightning would instantly become divine lightning. Let alone you four, no one within tens of thousands of miles would exist in that case. So as long as they don't want to die, none of them will activate their divine items." "That would be no different than suicide," explained Evil Moon. "What if someone activates their divine item in panic in order to bring me down with them?" asked Long Chen. He had to get a grasp of this new information. "What a joke! Do you think divine items can be activated by anyone? Without reaching the life star realm and condensing astral energy, how could they activate the power of their divine items? The only exception would be if the divine item wanted to help them. But do you think divine items are stupid? Would they actually be willing to end up destroying themselves? Let alone them. Even those old fellows over there wouldn't be able to force a divine item to do anything if it didn't want to." "So be at ease," said Evil Moon a bit irritably. Hearing this, Long Chen was delighted. Without the threat of divine items, and with the protection of this five-colored lightning, he could dominate this fight. Lei Long had already finished devouring the lightning chains from his last tribulation. It had grown incredibly powerful, and now this five-colored lightning was being silently absorbed by it. It was full of excitement as if it had encountered a peerless delicacy. "I'm not in a rush to handle them. Lei Long, do your best to absorb as much of the five-colored lightning as you can, but be careful. For now, don't get sensed by the tribulation," said Long Chen. He found that the current tribulation was different from before. The first wave of this tribulation was already so terrifying, so Lei Long needed some time to slowly digest this new energy. Suddenly, the rain of lightning around him exploded as a staff smashed toward Long Chen. Finally, The three of them had lost patience. Yi Qingquang was the first to attack. At the same time, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng also launched attacks. Their three divine items were hurling toward Long Chen. I wasn't in a rush, but it seems these sons have gotten anxious. Then today, let's have an all-out fight. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon. His first target was Yi Qingquang's steel coiling dragon staff. In terms of power, Yi Qingquang was fundamentally not a match for Long Chen. He was blown away. Void Breaker. Heavy Earth Ascension. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng's attacks arrived. The runes on Peng Wansheng's wings were lit, while the earth rune on Sha Guangyan's forehead was glowing. Down below, the ground began to shine with a dark gold luster. Endless energy was gathering from it. Although the two of them weren't able to activate the power of their divine items, when they unleashed their full power, they also possessed the power to shake heaven and earth. When the two of them combined forces, they seemed unstoppable. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng were feeling an intense sense of crisis. This five-colored lightning was an existence from legend. Just the first wave was already so difficult to bear. Who knew how terrifying it would become later? Their status as Empyreans was no longer able to protect them. This heavenly tribulation didn't care about them. It would kill them all. Their only choice was to kill Long Chen before the tribulation reached its strongest level. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. The lightning tribulation was Yi Qingquang's, but it was Long Chen who had drawn the five-colored lightning. Even if Yi Qingquang died and the tribulation ended, the five-colored lightning would continue. If Long Chen didn't die, the five-colored lightning wouldn't stop. Long Chen's slash met with their two divine items. Lightning exploded as their three divine items were locked together. Dai, Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng poured their power into their weapons, wanting to send Long Chen flying. This was an extremely important exchange. If they could blow Long Chen away, they would take the advantage. Under a torrent of attacks, Long Chen, who was forced into a passive position, might very likely be defeated just like that. However, as they unleashed all their power, they were shocked to find that Long Chen's power seemed endless. They were unable to shake him in the slightest. Just at this moment, Yi Qingquang came flying back, the steel coiling dragon staff smashing toward Long Chen's side. "Just wait, it'll be your turn soon," snorted Long Chen. Dragonbone Evil Moon shook 3 times suddenly, and Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan felt their wrists almost break. They noticed a portion of their energy being absorbed. As for Long Chen's saber, it knocked their weapons into the air as it slashed toward Yi Qingquang. "Not good." Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng's expressions changed, but it was too late to warn Yi Qingquang. They could only focus on attacking Long Chen again. Boom! Long Chen's saber viciously slashed into Yi Qingquang's staff. As for Sha Guangyan's sword and Sha Guangyan's halberd, they landed on Long Chen's back. Chapter 1494, just a bit off. Translator Born to Be. Dragonbone Evil Moon slashed heavily onto Yi Qingquang's steel coiling dragon staff. Yi Qingquang's arms were instantly broken, and the steel coiling dragon staff smashed into his own body. Blood spurted out of him. His body cracked like porcelain and almost exploded. Yi Qingquang smashed into the ground. It was unknown if he was alive or dead. This attack of Long Chen's hadn't just contained his own power, but also some of Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng's. It was incredibly powerful. Most terrifying of all was that this attack had not been a battle skill. He hadn't accumulated any energy or shown any signs of using it. Sha Guangyan and Peng Wansheng hadn't even had a chance to warn Yi Qingquang before Long Chen's attack struck. However, as for Long Chen himself, at the same time as he sent Yi Qingquang flying, his back was struck by Peng Wansheng and Sha Guangyan's weapons. The sound of bones breaking came from his back, and he also coughed up blood and was blown into the distance. He had exchanged injury for injury, but it had been planned. Having borrowed and cancelled out part of their power, Long Chen got struck by less than 30% of it. That was why he had dared to take their attacks on his back. But divine items were still divine items, and even when they weren't releasing their divine might, they heavily injured him. However, he didn't mind. The life energy within the primal chaos space poured through his body, rapidly healing him. Oh, so the power contained within divine items is actually this difficult to expel. Long Chen found that these injuries required much more energy to heal. Furthermore, they took several times as long. Fortunately, his injuries weren't that grave. Although he didn't instantly heal, his injuries were suppressed quickly and didn't affect his movements. Lightning wings appeared on Long Chen's back, and he flew toward the one who had smashed into the ground, Yi Qingquang. Injuring 10 fingers wasn't as good as severing one finger. That was why he had taken the risk to exchange injury for injury. He wanted to kill Yi Qingquang to remove one of his 3 opponents. The 3 of them were all Empyreans, and they had advanced to soul transformation. Furthermore, they were holding 3 divine items, and so Long Chen's weapon advantage was non-existent. When surrounded by the 3 of them, the slightest mistake would cause him to lose his life, so eliminating one of them as fast as possible was the key to victory. Xuanhuan and Peng Wansheng were delighted that their weapons had landed. They expected Long Chen to be heavily injured, allowing them to kill him with the next blow. However, they quickly saw that Long Chen was still lively and rushing straight toward Yi Qingquang. "Stop him. If any of you dies, the other 2 will definitely die as well. Within the 5-colored lightning, no one can save you," Yi Qingquang's elder shouted from a distance. Buzz! Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of 5-colored lightning struck him. It was like divine retribution. The world froze, and no one dared to move, including the experts from the carriages. The elder exploded on contact with the lightning. Everyone's hearts shook. That had been a peak life star expert, and he had been killed in one blow. The 5-colored lightning's power was based on the provoker. Clearly, this elder's shouting had been captured by the heavenly Taos and was treated as a provocation of the heavens, resulting in this terrifying blow. After that terrifying attack, everyone felt suffocated and panted crazily. The door to the carriage was opened, and a large figure walked out once more. It was the elder who had just been slain by the 5-colored lightning. It was actually a substitute art. Some people saw through the clues. No wonder this elder had dared to give a warning. He had used his substitute art while his true body hid in the carriage. The carriage had a heaven-cheating formation around it to screen off the heavens, so although the substitute was killed, the main body was safe in the carriage. However, this elder's face was now slightly pale. Clearly, the loss of his substitute came with a price. However, it had been worth it. Through his warning, Xuanhuan and Peng Wansheng realized just how dire their current situation was. Peng Wansheng flapped his wings and instantly vanished, reappearing in front of Long Chen and attacking with his halberd. "Scram!" shouted Long Chen. His injuries had mostly healed, and Evil Moon hacked down like a bolt of black lightning. Boom! Peng Wansheng's halberd shook violently, and he was sent flying. In terms of power, he was not even close to Long Chen. After blowing him away, Long Chen continued to go after Yi Qingquang. He could see him covered in blood and terrified. Long Chen's first attack had almost killed him. Now he was using his heavenly Tao energy to heal, but he was horrified to find that his injuries had some kind of evil energy in them. It was like a curse, constantly worsening his injuries. This energy came from Dragonbone Evil Moon's innate will to slaughter. Because it had slaughtered too many lifeforms, it had been infected with endless resentment. As an ancient, evil weapon, it had existed for countless years and had lived for slaughter. Its attacks naturally contained endless resentment. To be injured by it was to be invaded by all that resentment. This resentment was the resentment of all the lifeforms that had been slain by it. It was like a curse. Yi Qingquang's heavenly Tao energy was going all out to heal himself, but this terrifying resentment made the healing process too slow. He still couldn't move and definitely couldn't receive Long Chen's next attack. Now he was terrified as he looked at Long Chen. His body quivered as he prepared to block, but he knew that this block would be useless. Earthen borders. In the distance, Xuanhuan had landed on the ground at some unknown time and stabbed his broadsword into the earth. Huge earthen swords soared out of the ground, shooting at Long Chen. Split the heavens four, a huge saber image slashed through these earthen swords. The swords exploded, but just as the saber image was about to reach Yi Qingquang, the ground split open, and a large hand slammed out. The hand exploded, while the saber image created a bottomless ditch in the ground. Yi Qingquang had vanished. "You want to beat us one by one? Too bad, we won't let you." Xuanhuan sneered in the distance. Yi Qingquang was by his side. He had used some sort of secret art to summon 2 defensive moves at once and save Yi Qingquang. "Many thanks." Yi Qingquang had long since lost his original arrogance. If it hadn't been for Peng Wansheng and Xuanhuan's interference, this world would no longer have a Yi Qingquang in it. As an Empyrean, he had never imagined a day where he would be killed by someone. But today, he had almost died. Thinking about it gave him chills. Long Chen rested Evil Moon on his shoulder and looked at them with a cold smile. Under the endless torrent of lightning, his expression was still calm. "If I can't beat you one by one, I don't mind beating you all together." Long Chen had long since gotten used to the heaven-defying karmic luck of heavenly geniuses. Killing them was truly difficult. Their luck was always so good. Yet he trusted that you couldn't survive off luck. If he couldn't kill his opponent, he couldn't blame their luck. He could only blame himself for not being strong enough. If he was strong enough to kill them in one blow, then no matter how great their luck was, it would still be nonsense. Yi Qingquang focus on healing. Long Chen's difficult to handle and will need to work together. Furthermore, we have to kill him before the tribulation reaches its strongest state. Otherwise, who knows what will happen, said Xuanhuan. Right now, Yi Qingquang was the only one that could compete with Long Chen in terms of power. Without him, there was no chance of them killing Long Chen. Xuanhuan's voice now contained some worry. He found that the lightning was growing stronger and stronger. The five-colored lightning was difficult to endure, and if it continued growing stronger, it would gravely affect their fighting power. What made them feel the most helpless was that their heavenly Tao runes were ineffective against this five-colored lightning. Long Chen simply stood there with no intention to attack again. Yi Qingquang was quickly healing. Having lost the chance to kill him, Long Chen wouldn't be given another chance. After all, they were peak experts, and they wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The four of them simply stared at each other. The people watching felt like a boulder was crushing their hearts. This battle was absolutely terrifying, so terrifying that they almost couldn't believe that what they were witnessing was reality. As more time passed, the lightning transformed into huge spheres that fell from the sky and exploded like bombs. Each sphere was 300 meters wide and was like a raindrop, but they created huge pits in the ground. Attack! Suddenly, Xuanhuan, Peng Wansheng, and Yi Qingquang attacked at the same time. It seemed they wanted to settle victory or defeat right here and now.